return to their cleansed and neutralized, and that all of my energy is restored to me complete and whole. This command is absolute, irreversible, and upheld by the highest divine authority. It is done. Rooted in divine word. Heavenly Father, we come before you with open hearts, lifting up our beloved who feels the weight of others' judgments. When whispers and sideways glances cloud their spirit, remind them that you're the ultimate protector, their anchor, and their truth. Let them know that their worth isn't defined by anyone's opinion or by the job that they do. It's defined by the love that you have for them, a love that surpasses all. Lord, plant within them the courage to stand strong against the tides of judgment. When they feel diminished or unseen, remind them that you see every effort, every struggle, and every act of integrity that they pour into their work and their life. Strengthen them with the truth that they are chosen, called, and deeply valued. Let them walk with confidence, knowing that their identity is rooted in you, not in any label or circumstance. May they find peace in your promise that all things work together for good, that you are guiding them on a path of purpose beyond human understanding. Lift them above negativity and help them see themselves through your eyes as precious, capable, and resilient. Thank you for being their shield and source of unwavering hope. Guide their steps and quiet the voices that try to distract them from your love and their purpose. May we all be aware and accountable for our actions. Amen. Amen. Prayer for unity and healing. Divine source of all light and love. We gather our hearts together, reaching out in unity and compassion. Guide us in these moments of reflection, grounding us in peace, purpose, and resilience. Today, may we embrace the beauty within ourselves and each other, honoring the gifts we bring, celebrating the lessons we learn, and finding strength in our shared journey. May we be vessels of kindness and wisdom, uplifting one another in love and truth, releasing fear and doubt, and welcoming joy and clarity. Grant us patience within ourselves and others, helping us navigate today with grace. Align our steps with our highest good for all, and fill our spirits with hope and light. Amen. Dear Divine Spirit, I come to you today with a heart open to receive your grace, strength, and wisdom. Guide my steps and steady my spirit as I walk this path. Remind me that I am never alone. Your love surrounds me, uplifting me in every moment. I ask for courage to release what no longer serves me and patience to wait for what is truly meant for me. Help me see the beauty in each lesson and trust in the timing of my journey. Fill me with peace so that I may shine light to others and grant me resilience to rise above any challenges I may face. Thank you for your endless love and support. I place my faith in your hands, knowing that you're working all things out for my highest good. Amen. If you like what you heard, please like, comment, share, subscribe. Thank you for tuning in with your girl Spirit Lightworker 1111, aka Talisha L. Harmon. Also, please don't forget to follow Broad-Minded on Spotify. Thank you and go with God. O Cosmic Creator, source of all life and light, you are my shepherd, guiding me through every valley, every shadow. I lack nothing, for you lead me beside still waters and restore my soul. In your presence I find peace and strength, for you are always with me. Your rod and staff comfort me, and your love prepares a path before me, even in the face of adversity. Grant me the serenity to embrace what I cannot change, the courage to change what is within my power, and the wisdom to discern the difference. As I walk each day in faith, in the presence of your infinite grace, I am unafraid, for your kingdom flows through me, as it does all creation. With deep gratitude, I give thanks for the miracles already set in motion in my life. Shift what must be shifted, move what needs to be moved, and illuminate my path with your divine light. Align my heart, my actions, and my soul with your will, for I know you have already provided the strength, guidance, and the blessings I need. I release all fear and surrender fully to your higher wisdom. May your goodness and mercy follow me all the days of my life as I dwell in your sacred presence, now and forever. Divine source of all abundance, today I come before you with gratitude for every blessing I have received. I humbly ask you to open doors to new financial opportunities in my life. Guide me towards paths that align with my purpose and bring financial growth, stability, and security. Help me to release any fear, limitation, or doubt that may be holding me back from receiving the abundance you have for me. May my finances flourish in ways that allow me to share, uplift, and contribute to those around me. Let my success be a source of inspiration and support for others, so we may all rise together in prosperity and peace. For the collective, I pray that every person experiencing financial hardship feels your love and support. Open doors for them, remove any blockages, and fill their lives with hope, faith, and opportunity. May we all receive the resources we need to thrive, knowing we are guided and protected by your grace. Thank you for your endless abundance and for providing us in every way. Amen. Pisces. Today you're being reminded of the power of grace in your life. You've been through cycles of transformation, and now Spirit is clearing a path ahead of you that reflects the strength that you've built along the way. Trust that what didn't align with you was removed for a reason, making space for what truly serves your higher purpose. Today, stay open to signs and synchronicities. Know that your energy is drawing in opportunities that resonate with your heart's deepest desires. Keep honoring your intuition. It's your soul's compass, guiding you to a future that shines with peace, abundance, and joy. Breathe in gratitude. Pisces, you're exactly where you need to be. If you've enjoyed this message, please like, comment, share, subscribe. Thank you for tuning into this message with your girl Spirit Lightworker 1111, aka Talisha L. Herman. Don't forget to hit that follow button on Spotify. You heard it there first. Thank you for tuning in. Go with God. Gemini. Finding balance amid shifting winds. Today brings dynamic energy, Gemini, with shifting thoughts and emotions swirling like a gust of wind. You may feel pulled in multiple directions mentally, socially, and emotionally. It's as if your mind is trying to explore every possibility at once, which can be exhilarating but also overwhelming. The key today is to find your center and ground yourself amid the movement. While your curiosity is one of your greatest strengths, not every path needs to be followed right now. You might encounter choices or opportunities that require discernment. Instead of scattering your energy, take a moment to breathe and ask yourself, what truly deserves my focus today? Not everything requires an immediate answer. Clarity will come when you allow yourself to slow down. Relationships may come into focus with conversations bringing insight or even unexpected realizations. Be mindful of how much energy you give to others. If someone is draining you, it's okay to step back and protect your peace. You don't have to be available to everyone all the time. Your words carry extra weight today, so choose them carefully. They have the power to heal or harm. This is a good day for journaling, creative work, or exploring new ideas. But balance is essential. If you've been stuck in your head, find ways to reconnect with your body, whether it's a walk outside, dancing, or grounding yourself in nature. These moments of stillness will help you maintain clarity and avoid burnout. Remember, Gemini, you are a natural at adapting to life's changes, but today is about knowing when to ride the wind and when to plant your feet firmly on the ground. Trust yourself to find the balance between movement and stillness. Let your heart guide your choices, and don't forget that sometimes the greatest clarity comes in moments of quiet reflection. Leo, shine brightly while staying grounded. Today, Leo, you're likely to feel a surge of creative energy and a desire to express yourself. The spotlight seems to be on you, igniting your natural charisma and confidence. Embrace this moment and let your unique voice be heard. Whether it's through art, conversation, or simply being your vibrant self, your energy has the potential to inspire those around you. However, amid this bright energy, it's essential to stay grounded. While you may feel invincible, remember to balance your enthusiasm with a sense of practicality. Don't get swept away by the excitement. Take time to access your goals and ensure that they are aligned with your true desires. Relationships may also come into focus today. You may feel a stronger need to connect with loved ones or share your thoughts and ideas. However, be mindful of how you express yourself. While your confidence can be empowering, it's important to remain sensitive to others' feelings. Sometimes the loudest voice isn't the most impactful. Consider how you can uplift those around you while still being authentic. If you encounter challenges or pushback today, don't let it dim your light. Instead, view these moments as opportunities for growth. Flexibility is key. Allow yourself to adapt and redirect your energy as needed. Leo, today is about celebrating your individuality while recognizing the importance of community. Shine brightly, but don't forget to keep your feet on the ground. By blending self-expression with a touch of humility, you'll inspire and empower others, creating a positive ripple effect that elevates everyone around you. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest the table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, and my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me through all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever and ever. Amen. O cosmic creator, source of all life and light, you are my shepherd, guiding me through every valley, every shadow. I lack nothing, for you lead me beside still waters and restore my soul. In your presence I find peace and strength, for you are always with me. Your rod and staff comfort me, and your love prepares a path before me, even in the face of adversity. Grant me the serenity to embrace what I cannot change, the courage to change what is within my power, and the wisdom to discern the difference. As I walk each day in faith, in the presence of your infinite grace, I am unafraid, for your kingdom flows through me, as it does all creation. With deep gratitude, I give thanks for the miracles already set in motion in my life. Shift what must be shifted, move what needs to be moved, and illuminate my path with your divine light. Align my heart, my actions, and my soul with your will, for I know you have already provided the strength, guidance, and the blessings I need. I release all fear and surrender fully to your higher wisdom. May your goodness and mercy follow me all the days of my life as I dwell in your sacred presence, now and forever. Amen. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thine will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil, because thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, and my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me through all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever and ever. O cosmic birther of our radiance and vibration, soften the ground of our being and carve out a space within us where your presence can abide. Fill us with your creativity so that we may be empowered to bear the fruit of your mission. Let each of our actions bear fruit in accordance with your desires. Endow us with the wisdom to produce and share what each being needs to grow and flourish. Untangle the knots of air that bind us as we release others from the entanglement of past mistakes. Do not let us be seduced by that which would divert us from our true purpose, but illuminate the opportunities of the present moment. For you are the ground and the fruitful vision, the birth, power, and fulfillment, as all is gathered and made whole once again. Lord, I come before you now, humbled and grateful for your mercy and favor already present in my life. I thank you for the miracles that are already in motion and for the blessings that are unfolding even now. Open the floodgates of heaven and rain down your divine intervention upon every area of my life where it's needed. Shift what needs to be shifted, move what needs to be moved, and let your light place me at the front of the line, just as you have always intended. I trust in your perfect timing, and I thank you for the strength you've given me to endure. Though my spirit is weary and my heart feels heavy, I know that you're already working on my behalf. Thank you for sending help swiftly from your heavenly throne, for guiding me, protecting me, providing for me, and bringing me peace in my soul. I surrender my need, my will, and my burdens fully onto you, confident that you have already made a way. Amen. Guess I'm gonna give part two of my confessions. If I'm gonna tell it, then I gotta tell it all. Confessions of an Introvert. Hi, I'm Talishia, and I wanted to take a moment to share something personal. My experience as an introvert. It's not always easy for people to understand what it feels like to move through life needing solitude while still trying to value the connections that I make. Being transparent about it is important to me because I realize that my quiet nature sometimes isn't about being distant or uninterested. It's simply how I process the world. I hope that by me opening up, others who feel the same way can relate, and those who don't can understand a little bit better. I'm a very spiritual person, and sometimes when I go through different spiritual situations, I get very, very quiet. And I'm definitely not depressed at all, period. So I wouldn't even consider it that, but maybe, I haven't been clinically diagnosed or anything, and maybe they would consider it that. But I don't feel like it's that. I just feel like I need to be away from people to recharge. And people are not good people. It's a lot of people who aren't good people in the world, and the energy that they put off is just, I'd rather not deal with it. And so I like my space. It's peaceful there, and people aren't peaceful. And so here I go. All right, so number one, I'm not avoiding you. I just need space to recharge. It's not personal. Social interaction sometimes drain my energy. My alone time isn't an escape from life, it's how I just reset. You know, people want what they want. And sometimes other people's energy is way, you know, too much for me. Sometimes my energy is way too much for other people because I give off a lot of energy too, because it's so strange how when it's time for me to do things with people, I mean, I really want to go, but sometimes I just don't, if that makes any sense. Two, silence isn't always awkward to me. I am a Pisces, so, you know, people think that we are flighty, I guess, emotionally. I don't know, but to me, it's just that I'm just processing. So when I get quiet, I'm just thinking. Sometimes it's a little much because, you know, I may insert some things in there that, I mean, I don't know because I can read between the lines and I don't know. I overthink everything from text to conversations. I don't really like texting because text messages convey all the wrong things. And then sometimes I just don't know what to say via text, and yeah, I just don't like texting. So silence isn't always awkward to me. Small talk makes me feel weird. Conversations about the weather or weekend plans feel surface level and exhausting. I thrive in deep discussions, philosophy, emotional dreams. I want to know what makes your soul stir, not what the schedule or what your schedule looks like, because why? I mean, that's okay too, but sometimes it's just, I'd rather say nothing. Like, silence is golden. It's okay to be silent. You don't have to worry about it. Group settings make me, I don't know, it just depends on the group. I'm not even gonna lie. So, and like I said before, I just don't like being around certain types of people. People just aren't good people, and I don't like superficial people. I don't like, I mean, it's, you can be what you want, but I just don't want to be there. Um, so I would prefer to be by myself. I don't want to be fake, and yeah, I care more than I show. I may not always reach out, but I think about the people that I love all the time. Checking in mentally feels just as real as sending a message, even if I forget to do the message. So, I don't know. I think about you. It's maybe I might not call. And I know I should do better. I promised my brother on the last spiritual shift that I would definitely do better. Because people love me and I know it, and I love people, and I want to make sure that, you know, I'm doing the right thing by them, but also I wanted to make sure that I'm doing the right thing by myself. And yeah, so I may not always call when I'm supposed to. I'm totally guilty of that. Plans or commitments, man, okay, so plans, when I make plans with people, I really have all the best intentions on really wanting to do what I said I wanted to do with you. But then for some reason, it's almost like by the time either it gets to the date of it or, I mean, I don't know, because it just depends on what it is. Mm, so sudden changes or spontaneous invites can feel overwhelming because, you know, in a great world, I would want to say yes, but mostly I just want to say no because I just don't want to be around, you know, whoever could potentially be there that I just don't want to be around. My house is comfortable. I like it there. It's not that I don't want to go out either. It's just that I don't know how to explain it. Either way, sometimes I say yes when I should say no, when I mean no when I should say yes, and sometimes I don't know. I moved away to be by myself, and so that's why I still don't know anybody where I live at. So there's that. Um, I'm more adventurous in my head than in real life. Y'all, people give me so much credit for being so outgoing, and that's because when I do decide to go, it's a thing that I can do. Like, I put on for my city. I do what I need to do in order to get through the process, but y'all don't realize how much it takes for me to have to, just get involved. So my mind is an infinite playground, sometimes more exciting than anything outside my door. Like, it just is a real thing. Yeah, there's that. I'm not broken, I'm just wired differently, and being an introvert isn't a flaw. It's a rhythm. I march to my own beat. And while it's a little quieter and less, exciting, I guess, for everybody else, it's great for me. So, yeah, I know I'm not broken. I'm very much okay. It's just that when other people look at how I am, I feel like I'm being judged more than anything. And worry about yourself. So these are my confessions, not excuses, just truths. A small window into how I feel and how I see things and how I navigate the world. And I'm not judging you, so please don't judge me. But these are my confessions. Just when I thought oh, all right. Thank you. I love you. Bye. These are my confessions. Man, I'm thrown and I don't know what to do. Guess this is part 2 of my confessions. If you haven't seen part 1, please go look at it. Like, comment, share, subscribe. Don't forget to follow Broad Minded on Spotify. Thank you for being here and putting up with my shenanigans. So there's that. Thank you. Go with God. May you find peace in every moment, strength in every challenge, and love in all that you do. Trust the journey, for you are exactly where you're meant to be. The universe supports you, and your light is a beacon of hope for others. Keep shining. Reclaim your destiny. Untangle, untie, remove, unbind. Anything that was touched, return what's mine. What left my soul, by trick or force, return it now to its rightful course. No harm I send, no ill I sow. Karmic laws guide what each must know. No ties remain, no paths confuse. What's theirs stays theirs, what's mine I use. Through time and space, through night and day, I call back all that's mine to stay. By sacred law and soul's decree, I walk my path, I'm fully me. From webs unseen and cords now frayed, let stolen paths be now repaid. By fire and air, by earth and sea, I call back the life that belongs to me. No fate may swap, no will invade. The lines are drawn, clarity conveyed. No block shall hold, no walls confine. What's meant for me is now aligned. By light of stars and moon soft gleam, I claim my truth, my destiny seen. As I have spoken, so shall it be. The chains are broken, I walk free. I stand in truth, forever free. By sacred law, so mote it be. Welcome to Broad Minded, the podcast where we dive deep into the unseen, the unexplored, and the misunderstood. I'm your host, Talisha, and today we're peeling back the layers on a topic that's as fascinating as it is unsettling: destiny swapping. Have you ever felt like you were living someone else's life, like your blessings were somehow being redirected or stolen? Or maybe you've watched someone thrive in ways that didn't seem earned, while your path feels blocked for no apparent reason. If so, you're not alone. In this episode, we're exploring the metaphysical concept of destiny swapping, a phenomenon where life paths and karmic roles seem to shift between individuals, sometimes through manipulation, energetic interference, or spiritual sabotage. We'll talk about how it happens, the warning signs, and how the universe always restores balance in the end. This conversation will touch on ideas like karmic debt, spiritual protection, and the power of divine timing. Because no matter how things look on the surface, what's meant for you cannot be taken away. You know, what's meant for you will always be for you. That's just simply what it is. We'll also explore practical ways to reclaim your energy, reset your path, and step back into alignment with your true purpose. Whether you've experienced something like this yourself, or simply curious about the deeper forces that shape our lives. This episode will leave you with insights, tools, and a renewed sense of trust in your personal journey. So grab a cup of tea, let's get comfortable, and open your mind as we delve deep into the unseen world of destiny swapping. This is Broad Minded, where we expand our understanding one conversation at a time. And be mindful, this is for entertainment purposes only. You guys can weigh in. Let me know what you think. Don't forget to like and follow Broad Minded on Spotify. All right, guys, let's get into this. So we got destiny swapping, a spiritual perspective on manipulation and divine balance. Okay, so guys, this has been something that's been coming up a lot lately. For those of you that don't know, I do spiritual coaching. A couple of my clients lately have been asking me about could their destinies have been swapped out or changed with someone else's. My response is, what's for you will always be for you. It's karmic law, divine law. Where did the thought of destiny swapping come from? The idea of destiny swapping isn't widely recognized in mainstream philosophy or psychology, but has roots in various metaphysical, spiritual, and occult concepts. It draws on the themes found in folklore, karmic theory, and energetic beliefs that explore how people's life paths can be influenced, redirected, or manipulated by external forces or individuals. Here are some key influences and origins that may have contributed to the thought of destiny swapping. Number 1, karmic interference and energetic manipulation. In many spiritual traditions, it's believed that people can accumulate or interfere with each other's karmic energy. The idea that someone could intentionally or unintentionally alter another person's destiny aligns with beliefs about energetic manipulation through spell work, curses, or negative intentions. Some practitioners believe that envy, ill will, or magical interference can redirect blessings or block someone's path. 2, body or soul swapping in folklore and mythology. Folklore and mythology offer various stories about switching bodies or identities, usually through magic or divine punishment. These stories often revolve around envy, deception, and attempts to steal someone else's fortune, status, or destiny. For example, in some legends, witches or sorcerers use spells to swap places with others to live a better life or to avoid a curse. This echoes the idea of one person taking what is meant for another. 3, twin flame and soul contracts. Within the New Age and spiritual communities, there's a belief in twin flame soulmates and soul contracts, preordained agreements between souls. Occasionally, the idea emerges that someone might interfere with these contracts, attempting to swap fates by forcing a connection or blocking the path of another soul to benefit themselves. The concept of destiny swapping resonates with this, implying that someone could try to steal the opportunities or alignment meant for another person. 4, the concept of borrowed power in magic and mysticism. In occult traditions, some believe that individuals can attempt to borrow or steal another's energy or life force. This can involve tapping into another's good fortune, talents, or destiny through rituals or spiritual interference. The idea of destiny swapping aligns with these practices where someone tries to alter the flow of someone else's fate for personal gain. 5, jealousy and envy as energetic forces. From a psychological and energetic standpoint, the idea of destiny swapping can also reflect the effects of jealousy. When someone envies another person's blessings, career, or relationships, it's believed in some traditions that this negative energy can block or divert the blessings intended for another person. This idea feeds into the notion that blessings may be swapped or misdirected. 6, biblical and religious parallels. Religious texts also explore themes that reflect the idea of stolen destinies or blessings. For instance, in the Bible, the story of Jacob and Esau shows that Jacob deceived his father to receive the blessings that was meant for Esau, Genesis 27. Although not a direct example of destiny swapping, it symbolizes how blessings and fate can be altered through manipulation, which resonate with this concept. 7, modern interpretations and spiritual awakening. In recent spiritual discourse, especially among communities focused on energy work and manifestation, there is an increasing awareness of how individuals might feel blocked or energetically off track. Some people describe these experiences as a form of destiny swapping, whereas they sense that others may have manipulated or interfered with the opportunities and experiences they were supposed to receive. This belief reflects the desire to reclaim personal sovereignty and restore alignment with one's true path. In essence, destiny swapping is a modern way of framing ancient spiritual concerns about energy manipulation, deception, and karmic balance. Whether approached from a mystical, psychological, or religious perspective, it reflects a deep-seated fear of losing control over one's life path and a desire to reclaim what rightfully belongs to the individual. That was a lot. Most people probably wouldn't think destiny swapping is something that could actually happen. To them, life is shaped by choices, circumstances, and sometimes just plain luck, not someone manipulating behind the scenes or trying to manipulate fate. They're more likely to attribute success or failure to hard work, timing, or external challenges rather than spiritual interference. However, those who believe in energy, karma, or the idea that people can affect each other's paths might be more open to the possibility. For most, though, it would likely sound like an interesting concept, but not something they seriously consider in their day-to-day lives. Now, one of the biggest questions is how destiny swapping might occur. Here are some theories and practices. Intentional manipulation. Some believe that individuals engage in occult practices or spell work to redirect another person's blessings, talents, or life path toward themselves. This may involve rituals intended to align the manipulator with the victim's energy, sometimes masquerading as love, friendships, or mentorship. Energetic theft. In energy healing circles, the idea of energetic vampirism plays into destiny swapping. This occurs when somebody repeatedly drains another's energy, creative ideas, or spiritual power to improve their own life, often leaving the original person feeling depleted or stagnant. Another way is identity interference. In some twin flame or karmic relationship teachings, destiny swapping is framed as one soul trying to take on the role or lessons meant for another. This is sometimes described in cases where karmic partners attempt to block or interfere with twin flames or soulmates from coming together. Here are some specific examples to illustrate how people might interpret these concepts of destiny swapping in different contexts. So, intentional manipulation, occult practices, or spell work. An example, a jealous colleague upset by someone else's promotion consults with a spiritual practitioner to perform a ritual aimed at shifting success towards themselves. The ritual may involve binding spells or energy alignment to block the other person's opportunities and open doors for their own advancement. Another example, in a toxic friendship, one person might disguise their intentions as mentorship, offering advice while performing subtle rituals or affirmations to absorb the other's talents or blessings. The friend receiving the help may notice that their own career stagnates while the manipulative person's life flourishes. Energetic theft, energetic vampirism. Here's an example. A creative artist or musician finds themselves in a relationship where their partner constantly drains their emotional energy and steals their ideas. Over time, the artist feels blocked and uninspired, while the partner begins to experience newfound success or public recognition for work that mimics the original artist's style or concepts. Here's another example. In an energy healing context, someone might repeatedly seek out a spiritual healer or empath not to heal themselves, but to drain their energetic gifts. The healer becomes exhausted, struggles to maintain their own well-being, and notices that their client's life keeps improving as they absorb more of the healer's energy. This is the reason why I don't accept everybody, and this is the reason why people getting cut off. Okay, period. All right. Never mind, y'all didn't ask for that. Anyway, identity interference, twin flame or karmic relationship blockages. Example, a karmic partner senses that their romantic partner is destined to meet their twin flame and fears being left behind. They might consciously or unconsciously try to block the twin flame union by clinging tightly to the relationship, manipulating emotions, or creating false crises to distract the person from meeting their true counterpart. Here's another example. In some spiritual teachings, it's believed that karmic partners or close connections might mirror the behavior or energy of someone's twin flame to confuse them. A person may be drawn to stay in a toxic relationship because it seems meant to be, only to later realize that their partner was mimicking the energy of the true soulmate to keep them from moving forward on their destined path. These examples reflect how people might interpret challenges in relationships, careers, or spiritual journeys as forms of manipulation or energetic interference. While not everyone believes in destiny swapping, these scenarios highlight the underlying fears around missed opportunities, stolen potential, or being blocked from what is meant to be yours. A regular person without spiritual knowledge might find these ideas fascinating, but hard to take seriously. They probably interpret them as exaggerated ways of explaining jealous, toxic relationships or burnout. For example, instead of thinking a colleague used spells to block someone's promotion, they might just see it as office politics or manipulation. They'd view energetic theft as emotional exhaustion from being around demanding people or an unfair relationship where one partner takes credit for the other's ideas. The twin flame or karmic relationship examples might seem like stories of people stuck in bad relationships, mistaking obsession or familiarity for love. Overall, someone without a spiritual framework will likely see these concepts as metaphors for real-life problems rather than actual supernatural interference. But be mindful. The power of life and death is in the tongue. Here are some possible signs of destiny swapping or interference. Number 1, a sudden shift in fortune. Example, a young entrepreneur was on track for a major success. Clients were pouring in and partnerships were forming. Suddenly, deals fall through, clients disappear, and personal relationships collapse without warning. Meanwhile, an acquaintance who was previously struggling unexpectedly lands lucrative contracts in the same industry and starts gaining recognition for work that mirrors the entrepreneur's original ideas. Interpretation. The entrepreneur might feel like their luck was stolen or redirected to the other person, leaving them stagnant and blocked from progress. 2. Unusual blessings for the other party. Example, a musician begins to notice that a former collaborator who always seemed indifferent to music is suddenly thriving in the industry with a sound and brand eerily similar to the original musician's style. While the collaborator gains fame and wealth, the musician who worked hard for years struggles to find inspiration and watches their career stall. The musician may feel as if their creative energy or opportunities were hijacked, leaving them disconnected from their talents and wondering how someone with no prior passion suddenly excels. 3. Feelings of disconnection or loss of purpose. Example, a person who once felt aligned with their goals and passions wakes up one day feeling like they're living someone else's life. Their interests, dreams, and social connections no longer resonate. They try new paths but find themselves lost, while an old friend or partner seems to have stepped into a role or lifestyle they once envisioned for themselves. Interpretation. This individual may believe that at some point a swap or interference occurred, whether through manipulation, envy, or karmic entanglement, leaving them with a persistent sense of misalignment. 4. Dreams and intuition warnings. Example, a woman dreams repeatedly about someone she used to trust, perhaps an ex-partner or friend, wearing her clothes and living in her house. In these dreams, the person is using her possessions and seems happy while she feels like an outsider. Shortly after, the dreamer experiences setbacks in her personal and professional life, while the person in her dreams begins to enjoy unusual success or stability. Interpretation. The dreams may be viewed as a message from her subconscious or her spiritual guidance, hinting that her energy or life path was tampered with. She feels the need to take back what was hers, either spiritually or emotionally. 5. Ancestral guidance and synchronicities. A person receives strange messages through random events, like repeatedly seeing symbols of justice, balanced scales, or locks and keys. At the same time, they feel a deep calling to reclaim their true path, as if ancestors or spiritual guides are urging them to correct a wrong. Meanwhile, someone from their past seems to be thriving in ways that feel tied to their lost dreams. Interpretation. These synchronicities suggest that their ancestral lineage or spiritual guardians are alerting them to interference, encouraging them to reclaim their destiny and cut energetic ties with the manipulator. These examples illustrate how destiny swapping might be experienced as a subtle or even unconscious manipulation of energy, leaving the affected person feeling disconnected from their true path. It also highlights how envy, emotional manipulation, or intentional occult practices could redirect someone's blessings towards another, creating a deep sense of disempowerment and confusion. Someone without spiritual beliefs would likely view these experiences as coincidences, personal challenges, or psychological phenomena. They might see sudden shifts in fortune as bad timing or burnout, rather than stolen energy. A friend's unexpected success would be attributed to networking or luck. Feelings of disconnection might be seen as part of an identity crisis or life transformation, not interference. Dreams would be interpreted as anxiety or unresolved emotions, and synchronicities as cognitive biases, finding patterns where the mind expects. Reclaim your destiny. Untangle, untie, remove, unbind. Anything that was touched, return what's mine. What left my soul, by trick or force, return it now to its rightful course. No harm I send, no ill I sow. Karmic lost guide, what each must know. No ties remain, no past confused. What's theirs stays theirs, what's mine I use. Through time and space, through night and day, I call back all that's mine to stay. By sacred law and soul's decree, I walk my path, I'm fully me. From webs unseen and cords now frayed, that stolen paths be now repaid. By fire and air, by earth and sea, I call back the life that belongs to me. No fate may swap, no will invade. The lines are drawn, clarity conveyed. No block shall hold, no walls confine. What's meant for me is now aligned. By light of stars and moon soft gleam, I claim my truth, my destiny seen. As I have spoken, so shall it be. The chains are broken, I walk free. I stand in truth, forever free. By sacred law, so mote it be. Welcome to Broad Minded, the podcast where we dive deep into the unseen, the unexplored, and the misunderstood. I'm your host, Talicia, and today we're peeling back the layers on a topic that's as fascinating as it is unsettling: destiny swapping. Have you ever felt like you were living someone else's life, like your blessings were somehow being redirected or stolen? Or maybe you've watched someone thrive in ways that didn't seem earned, while your path feels blocked for no apparent reason. If so, you're not alone. In this episode, we're exploring the metaphysical concept of destiny swapping, a phenomenon where life paths and karmic roles seem to shift between individuals, sometimes through manipulation, energetic interference, or spiritual sabotage. We'll talk about how it happens, the warning signs, and how the universe always restores balance in the end. This conversation will touch on ideas like karmic debt, spiritual protection, and the power of divine timing. Because no matter how things look on the surface, what's meant for you cannot be taken away. You know, what's meant for you will always be for you. That's just simply what it is. We'll also explore practical ways to reclaim your energy, reset your path, and step back into alignment with your true purpose. Whether you've experienced something like this yourself, or simply curious about the deeper forces that shape our lives, this episode will leave you with insights, tools, and a renewed sense of trust in your personal journey. So grab a cup of tea, let's get comfortable, and open your mind as we delve deep into the unseen world of destiny swapping. This is Broad Minded, where we expand our understanding one conversation at a time. And be mindful, this is for entertainment purposes only. You guys can weigh in. Let me know what you think. Don't forget to like and follow Broad Minded on Spotify. What was once hidden is now coming to light. People who once operated in deceit and manipulation are being exposed. Their patterns of jealousy, fake love, and betrayal are no longer going unnoticed. The universe is removing the veil, and those around them are waking up, realizing that if someone could treat others with such cruelty, they too could be next. This is a time of divine alignment. As connections fall apart, it may feel unsettling, but know that this is for your protection. People are removing themselves from toxic individuals because they no longer want to carry the weight of someone else's drama, envy, or schemes. For those who have suffered at the hands of deceit, this is your confirmation. Justice is in motion. There's no need for vengeance or resentment. Everything done in the dark will be revealed under the light. The focus now is on your healing and your growth. Stay grounded and continue on your path, trusting that you are being guided towards better relationships and authentic connections. The universe is making space for those who align with your purpose and intentions. Let what's falling apart fall. You're rising into a new phase, and not everyone can come with you. Trust the process. Those who are meant to walk with you will rise to meet you in truth, love, and integrity. Keep shining, and let the universe take care of the rest. If you like what you heard, please like, comment, share, and subscribe. Also, please don't forget to like Broad Minded on Spotify. Thank you, and go with God. Confessions of an Introvert. I'm guilty of being a loner, of finding solace in silence, where thoughts swirl like autumn leaves, and the world feels less heavy in my solitude. I'm the friend who disappears, not because I don't care, but because my energy whispers, retreat, recharge, and return anew. Crowds overwhelmed, small talk feels foreign. But give me a moment under the night sky, and I'll tell you secrets the stars have kept since time began. It's not loneliness I fear, but the demand to constantly connect, to explain my quiet, where my soul speaks best in whispers. I'm guilty of needing space to feel whole, of walking the forest paths alone, where the trees understand the beauty of stillness, and I find myself again and again. If you like what you heard, please like, comment, share, subscribe. Also, please don't forget to like Broad Minded on Spotify. Thank you, and go with God. The blessings you've been waiting for are on their way. Release control and open your heart. Today's message invites you to release control and trust the divine flow of life. Often we believe that holding on tightly, whether to plans, outcomes, or relationships, give us security. However, this grasping only creates resistance, frustration, and unnecessary tension. The harder you try to control every detail, the more you block the very blessings you've been asking for. Spirit is gently reminding you that what's meant for you will come in perfect timing. but only if you allow it to. Surrender is not defeat, it's alignment. Letting go doesn't mean giving up on your desires. It means creating space for the universe to work on your behalf. When you stop fixating on how things should happen, you become open to unexpected miracles and opportunities far greater than what you've imagined. This openness invites divine flow, bringing abundance, love, and fulfillment in surprising ways. At the heart of this message is emotional openness, trusting the process with an open heart and a light spirit. Trying to control life out of fear or impatience blocks this flow. Spirit encourages you to release the need for certainty, knowing that your soul's path is already in motion. Your blessings are not being withheld, they are simply aligning with divine timing, ensuring they arrive at the right moment when you are truly ready. When you surrender, you shift from a state of resistance to one of allowing. The universe responds to this energy shift by moving things forward naturally. It's like unclenching a fist. When your hand is open, it can receive what is being offered to you. Trust that you don't need to have all the answers right now. You only need to take one step at a time, knowing that each moment is guided and purposeful, even if you can't see the full picture yet. In this moment, embrace peace, trust, and surrender. The blessings you've been waiting for are already on their way. Just allow them to arrive. Opening your heart means releasing fear, doubt, and emotional walls that may have formed from past disappointments or setbacks. When life doesn't go as planned, it's natural to build defenses to protect yourself from being hurt again. However, these defenses can also block new energy, love, and opportunities from entering into your life. Spirit is encouraging you to soften those walls and make space for renewal. Being receptive isn't about ignoring past pain. It's about choosing to trust again, even when circumstances once challenged your faith. Holding on to fear of things going wrong keeps your heart closed, making it difficult for blessings to find their way in. True openness is a courageous act because it requires vulnerability, the willingness to believe that good things are still possible, even if past experiences taught you otherwise. The universe is always working behind the scenes, aligning people, experiences, and opportunities that match your highest good. However, receiving these blessings require emotional readiness. If your heart is guarded or unwilling to embrace new possibilities, even the most beautiful blessings may pass you by unnoticed. The process of receiving isn't passive. It's an act of invitation to trust and believe in the flow of life. Joy and abundance are not just about external events or material wealth. They begin with your heart. A heart that is open is like a fertile garden, ready to receive seeds that will bloom into beautiful experiences. By releasing past hurts and limiting beliefs, you make room for new love, friendships, and opportunities that are aligned with the person you are becoming. Spirit's message is, it's safe for you to open your heart again. The universe isn't punishing you for what went wrong before. It's preparing you for something better. By staying receptive, you align yourself with divine timing and become a magnet for things you've been hoping for. What's meant for you will flow into your life, but only if you allow yourself to receive it fully and without fear. Keep your heart open, knowing that the renewal you've been seeking is already making its way towards you. Your long-awaited blessings are indeed on the horizon, and this message is a powerful reminder to keep your faith and hope alive. Life is often a journey filled with twists and turns, and during challenging times, it can be easy to feel discouraged or to doubt that your desires will manifest. However, the universe is constantly working to align opportunities and experiences that resonate with your soul's true needs and aspirations. It's important to recognize that every experience, including delays and disappointments, serve a purpose in your growth and preparation. Just as a seed takes time to germinate beneath the surface before it sprouts into a flower, your blessings are developing in the unseen realms, gathering energy and alignment before they manifest into your physical reality. These delays are not signs of failure, but rather integral steps on your path. They allow you to gain clarity about what you truly desire, refine your intentions, and cultivate the emotional resilience needed to fully appreciate and embrace the blessings that will come your way. Trusting in the process requires a leap of faith. It's about understanding that the timing of the universe is often different from our own expectations. When you let go of the urgency to see immediate results and instead nurture a mindset of patience, you open yourself up to receive blessings that are even greater than you initially envisioned. This time of waiting can be a fertile ground for self-discovery and personal growth. Reflecting on your experiences and desires during this phase prepares you to align with what will truly fulfill you when it arrives. To keep hope alive, engage in practices that uplift your spirit and remind you of the worthiness to receive abundance. This can include visualization techniques, gratitude journaling, and positive affirmations. Each time you reinforce your belief in the blessings that are coming, you raise your vibrational frequency, creating a welcoming space for those blessings to enter your life. Final reminder, remember your long-awaited blessings are not just about external achievements. They also encompass internal shifts. As you prepare yourself to welcome what is coming, allow yourself to feel excited and grateful for the journey itself. When you embrace the belief that what's meant for you is on the way, you empower yourself to move forward with confidence and joy, knowing that the universe is conspiring in your favor. This is a reminder that everything is unfolding exactly as it should. Let go of any fear or frustration and open your heart to receiving it with joy and gratitude. Trust that the universe is working in your favor, even if the path hasn't been clear. What you've been waiting for is already on its way. Be patient, be open, and be ready. Key themes here to take away. Release emotional baggage. Old worries or regrets block new blessings. Let them go. Open your heart. Stay receptive. Even if the journey hasn't been easy, what's coming will be worth it. Divine timing. Blessings may not arrive on your schedule, but they are never late. The affirmations here are, I release my need for control, and I trust that everything I desire is unfolding in perfect divine timing. My heart is open to receiving blessings, miracles, and abundance. I open my heart to receive love, joy, and abundance. I trust that the universe is aligning everything for my highest good. I trust the divine flow and open my heart to receive the blessings meant for me. I release control and open my heart knowing that my blessings are arriving in divine timing. I trust that my blessings are on the horizon and I remain hopeful and open to receive what aligns perfectly with my soul's needs. In this season of anticipation, maintain a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, for your desires are closer than you think. The universe is aligning everything beautifully, preparing you for a new chapter filled with joy, fulfillment, and abundance. Let peace guide your steps today, and know that your patience is about to pay off in beautiful ways. Keep moving forward with faith. What you've been waiting for is closer than what you think. If you like this message, like, comment, share, subscribe. Don't forget to like Broad Minded on Spotify. Thank you, and go with God. The Lord's Prayer from the Aramaic translation. O cosmic birther of all radiance and vibration, soften the ground of our being and carve out a space within us where your presence can abide. Fill us with your creativity so that we may be empowered to bear the fruit of your mission. Let each of our actions bear fruit in accordance with your desire. Endow us with the wisdom to produce and share what each being needs to grow and flourish. Untie the tangled threads of destiny that bind us as we release others from the entanglement of past mistakes. Do not let us be seduced by that which would divert us from our true purpose, but illuminate the opportunities of the present moment, for you are the ground and the fruitful vision, the birth, power, and fulfillment, as all is gathered and made whole once again. Amen. Entwined Souls, The Fire and the Storm, Chapter 3, Crossroads of Destiny. Though Illyria and Cairo grew up in different lands, their lives collided on numerous occasions, as if the universe was weaving them together, yet keeping them apart at just the wrong moments. At the age of 12, Illyria had visited the magical forest near Cairo's homeland, where they had crossed paths unknowingly. Their energies brushed past each other like faint echoes. Illyria had been chasing the light of a rare firebird deep in the enchanted woods, while Cairo, caught in the tempest of his own creation, had been nearby perfecting his commands over the wind. Neither had seen the other, but the energy surrounding them had whispered of a connection neither was yet ready to understand. Years later, at 19, Illyria traveled to a distant city for a grand magical tournament, a rare event where the finest mages and elementalists from across the realms gathered to showcase their talents. Cairo was there too, dazzling the crowd with his mastery of elemental forces, bending storms and lightning with a flick of his wrist. His name was on everybody's lips, his beauty and power capturing the admiration of the masses. Illyria, as strong-willed and independent as ever, competed fiercely in her own battles, her fire magic burning brighter than ever. That day, their paths nearly converged. Illyria felt a strange pull while watching the arena's events, as if an invisible thread tugged at her heart. She had locked eyes on Cairo's figure from across the stadium, feeling a familiarity that unsettled her. For a moment, she wondered if they had met before, in another life or a forgotten dream. But her instincts warned her to focus, and so she pushed the feeling aside, unwilling to be distracted by anything or anyone. Cairo, on the other hand, was swept up in the attention of others, easily distracted by the women surrounding him, craving admiration more than the deeper connection that lurked just out of reach. Though they were both powerful in their own right, there was a sense of incompletion in both of their hearts. Illyria's fire burned strong, but it lacked the balance of the storm she unknowingly sought. Cairo's command of the storm was vast, but the chaotic winds inside of him begged for the calming flame only she could provide. Yet as their fates intertwined, they remained blind to the connection that could fulfill them both. Destiny, however, was persistent. In the years that followed, Illyria and Cairo continued to cross paths in the most unexpected places. During a harvest festival in a small village nestled in the hills, Illyria and Cairo were both there, though neither realized it. Illyria had come to trade for rare herbs, while Cairo was visiting an old family friend. Though their paths brushed by each other, fate kept them apart, like pieces of a puzzle waiting to be solved. Then, during a stormy night in the mountains, their energies collided once more. Illyria had been sent to assist in a village plagued by a sudden influx of shadow creatures, using her fire to burn through the darkness. Cairo unknowingly had been called upon to defend the same village, summoned by the winds that spoke of an approaching storm. The night was chaotic, with magic crackling in the air, but amidst the battle, they each felt something, a surge of energy, as if the other's presence was close, but once again, it wasn't their time. Illyria focused on defeating the creatures, didn't notice the mysterious figure conjuring winds to shield the village. Cairo, too distracted by the swirling chaos, didn't see the fire-wielding warrior on the other side of the battlefield. As the years continued, Illyria and Cairo found themselves facing similar threats. A dark sorcerer who sought to drain magic from the elemental realms. They both fought against this force, unknowingly working towards the same goal. Their lives seemed intertwined by the challenges they faced, but they never truly connected. Each time they came close, there was always something or someone in the way. A twist of fate, a fleeting distraction, an unseen hand that kept them apart. But the universe has a way of forcing the hands of those destined to meet. One fateful evening, Illyria and Cairo found themselves drawn to the same place at the same exact time. A small, isolated town in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by a dense forest and a forgotten river. The town was quiet, almost eerie, as if waiting for something to happen. Both Illyria and Cairo had been guided there by forces they couldn't explain, feeling the same inexplicable pull that had followed them throughout their lives. It was here, in the forgotten town, that their fates would finally collide. As Illyria walked through the misty streets, the fire within her pulsing with a strange energy, Cairo arrived from the opposite direction, the wind stirring restlessly around him. Neither of them knew why they had been drawn to this place, but the moment their eyes met across the empty town square, everything changed. The air crackled with magic, Illyria's fire flared, and Cairo's storm swirled in response, as if the elements themselves recognized the bond that they had been waiting to ignite. In that instant, they both knew this was no ordinary meeting. Their souls had crossed many times before, but this time there was no turning back. They were no longer wandering souls passing by. They were two halves of a whole, finally reunited after years of searching without knowing it. The storm and the flame had finally collided. This is the end of chapter 3. If you like this story, please like, comment, share, subscribe. Don't forget to like Broad-Minded on Spotify. Thank you, and go with God. Embracing the art of letting go. While it's your assignment to nurture and guide, this is your time for whomever you have on your mind to take the reins. What is meant for them will come in on its own time. You've done your part. Now trust the process, knowing that your journey is unfolding as it's meant to, in divine timing. As you step back, you're creating space for both your own growth and theirs. By allowing them to navigate their path independently, you acknowledge their need to face their own experiences and challenges. This release also frees you to focus on your own journey and personal development, which is equally important. Let go with love, knowing that by stepping away, you are honoring the timing of the universe. Trust that whatever needs to happen, understanding divine timing and the natural flow of life. Allow the universe to work its magic and orchestrate events in ways that align with a greater plan. This act of realignment ensures that you are not entangled in outcomes not intended for you. Embrace this moment as an opportunity for growth and renewal, as you're being guided in a new direction. Remember, the universe has a way of bringing things into balance, and your trust in this process invites clarity and alignment. By stepping aside, you create space for new possibilities and ensure that you're open to opportunities meant for you. Allow the unfolding to happen naturally, with faith that everything is working out for your highest good and aligning with your soul's true path. The divine has a way of balancing everything. You are not abandoning them. You are allowing the natural karmic cycle to unfold. You've played your part. Job well done. The divine has seen your obedience in helping even when it wasn't easy, and has recognized how you continue to assist, even when others try to diminish your character. Despite their lack of acknowledgement and the way they took advantage of everything you did for them, you remain generous and steadfast in your support. For this, you will be rewarded. Your dedication and selflessness have not gone unnoticed, and the universe will honor you for your unwavering commitment and compassion. Again, job well done. If you like this message, like, comment, share, subscribe. Please don't forget to follow Broad-Minded on Spotify. Go with God. In the quiet town of Luminous Waters, a place known for its mysterious aura and spiritual energy, a small group of friends gathered in secret. Among them was Luna, a Pisces, with an unshakable connection to the spiritual realm. She had always been sensitive to the unseen forces, the kind that whispered warnings in the wind and sent chills down her spine. But lately those warnings had grown faint. Something was wrong. Luna's intuition had always been her guiding light, but now it was as if she was walking through the dense fog, unsure of where the danger was coming from. Her friends, desperate for answers, had convinced her to take part in a ritual that they had discovered, a blood ritual, one that promised to reveal truths hidden beneath the surface and heal the darkness that had taken root in their lives. Despite her initial hesitation, Luna agreed. They were all facing personal crises, lost loves, failed ambitions, and illnesses that had no explanation. The ritual, according to the ancient text they found, required the offering of blood, which was meant to bind them to the truth and open their eyes to the divine wisdom that they sought. They gathered under the full moon at the edge of the forest, far from prying eyes. In the center of a clearing stood a stone altar, its surface weathered by time. The night was still, unnervingly so, as if the entire forest was holding its breath and waiting. Luna felt the weight of her decision pressing down on her chest. Her instincts screamed at her to stop, but her friends, Maya, Serena, and Nico, looked at her with such hope, such desperation. They had already pricked their fingers and let the blood drip into the altar, each drop absorbed into the stone like it was alive, hungry. She took a deep breath, her heart racing as she did the same, watching as her blood mixed with theirs. They began chanting the words written in the book, ancient and foreign, and the air grew thick, charged with an unfamiliar energy. The forest around them seemed to darken, shadows stretching and curling towards them. At first, nothing happened. Then, a sharp gust of wind cut through the clearing, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. The stone altar glowed a deep, unsettling red, and the temperature dropped. Luna's breath came out in visible puffs. Her body shivered, despite the summer night. She felt something claw at her mind, a darkness seeping into her thoughts. "This doesn't feel right," Luna whispered, backing away from the altar. The others looked at her with confusion, still caught up in the ritual's power. But she could sense it now, clear as the day. The ritual had gone wrong, very wrong. Suddenly Maya screamed. Her hands shot to her chest, as if something was gripping her heart. Serena's body went rigid, her eyes rolled back in her head, while Nico collapsed to his knees, gasping for air. Panic surged through Luna as she tried to break the circle, but something invisible held her in place, like chains wrapped around her soul. The blood on the altar began to bubble and hiss, releasing a foul stench that filled the air. Luna's heart pounded as she realized they had awakened something ancient, something malevolent. It wasn't truth or healing they had summoned, but chaos, a force beyond their control, drawn by the sacrifice they had made. Luna fought to stay conscious as the dark figure emerged from the shadows. It spoke no words, but its presence was suffocating, crushing. It reached for Maya first, pulling her into the darkness. Her screams faded into nothingness. Luna could only watch in horror as her friend disappeared before her eyes. Serena and Nico were next, their bodies convulsing as the entity fed on their life force. Luna felt its gaze turn to her, cold and unforgiving, as it began to close in. But unlike the others, she still had her intuition, her last line of defense. With the last of her strength, Luna called out to the divine forces she had always trusted, begging for her protection. Her voice cracked as she invoked the name of every guardian she knew, calling on the ancient spirits to undo the chaos that they had unleashed. For a moment, there was silence. Then the altar cracked, splitting down the middle with a deafening roar. The dark entity recoiled, screeching in fury as the ground opened beneath it, swallowing it back into the abyss. Luna collapsed, her body weak, her mind a whirlwind of terror and relief. The clearing was silent once more, except for the distant cries of the wind. When Luna awoke, she was alone. The altar was gone, as if it never existed, and so were her friends. She searched for them, calling their names, but there was no sign of them, not even footprints in the dirt. Only a faint trace of blood on the ground, a grim reminder of the price they had paid. The ritual had promised truth, but it had delivered only loss. Luna walked away from the forest, knowing that some doors once opened can never be closed. The blood ritual had gone wrong, not just because of the ancient forces they had awakened, but because they sought answers from places better left untouched. Now, Luna was left with the knowledge that not all magic is meant to heal, and some forces should never be summoned, no matter how desperate the need. The story could emphasize the importance of boundaries in the spiritual realm, the dangers of manipulation and the pressure from others, and the consequences of ignoring one's intuition. If you like this story, please like, comment, share, and subscribe. Check out Broadminded on Spotify. Please remember to follow. Thank you, and go with God. Entwined Souls, The Fire and the Storm. Chapter 1, The Fire Within. Her name was Illyria, meaning the free spirit in the ancient tongue of Anthralis, a magical race born of the stars and the wind. From her first breath, she carried the essence of independence, a fierce heart that would never bend. Even as a child, Illyria was different. While the other children of her village played in the safety of the valleys, Illyria climbed the highest peaks and explored forbidden forests. Her strength was undeniable, not just in her ability to wield the magic of her people, but in her will to carve her own path, dark or light. No force could compel her. Born to a family of fierce matriarchs, Illyria learned early on that to be free was to be powerful. Her mother, a healer, and her grandmother, a warrior, taught her to master the arts of magic and survival. By the age of 16, she had already become a legend amongst her people, a woman destined for greatness. Though the path was unknown, her power was drawn from the earth and the stars. Yet her heart held a deep longing, something unspoken, something missing. As Illyria grew, her gifts became more than just raw power. They evolved into something much deeper. She could call on the flames of creation itself, shaping them not only as a weapon, but as a force of healing. Fire flowed through her veins like a second pulse, responding to her emotions with fervor and precision. Though she mastered it, Illyria never let her magic define her. She knew she was more than just her power, and it was this knowledge that gave her strength beyond measure. By the age of 18, she began seeking answers about the strange energy she always felt lurking at the edges of her awareness. A presence, a call, something reaching for her across time and space. Her elders warned her not to delve too deeply into it, for even they could not explain what it was. They whispered of ancient prophecies about twin souls bound by magic, but Illyria never allowed herself to believe in destiny. She trusted in herself and her freedom above all. Despite her reluctance, there were moments when her heart betrayed her. In the quiet of the night, when the stars aligned in certain patterns and the winds howled in forgotten languages, Illyria could sense another soul, distant yet close, moving parallel to her. It was as if her fire longed for something that she couldn't name, something that no amount of strength or independence could fully satisfy. One evening, while meditating in the moonlit forest, Illyria experienced a vision, her first true premonition. The vision was vague yet powerful. She saw herself standing amidst a great storm, flames swirling around her as lightning cracked the sky. In the storm's eye stood a figure, shadowed yet familiar. He called to her without words, a magnetic pull tugging at the core of her being. The fire in her flared in response, but she didn't understand why. Shaken by the intensity of the vision, Illyria sought counsel with the village elders. They were concerned, but offered no clear answers. The only thing they could tell her was that this figure that she had seen was tied to her fate, her twin flame, a being whose energy mirrored hers, for good or ill. Despite their warnings, Illyria felt a deep frustration rise within her. She was not one to be tethered to anyone, twin flame or not. Her life was hers to shape, her destiny hers to define. Still, the pull was undeniable. A bond she had not asked for had already begun to take root deep in her spirit. Illyria resolved to continue her journey alone, free from any destiny but the one she would forge for herself. Yet deep down, she knew the figure in the storm, whoever he was, would one day come into her life. When that time came, she would be ready, not as someone bound by fate, but as the master of her own fire. In the years that followed, Illyria traveled across realms, learning from the ancient masters and facing trials that tested both her magic and her will. She fought creatures of shadow, healed villages plagued by dark curses, and ventured into realms of magic unknown even to the enthrallers. And with every battle, with every step, her legend grew. But no matter how far she went or how strong she became, the pull of that distant soul, the storm in her visions, never left her. It lingered at the edges of her consciousness, a reminder that no matter how free she believed herself to be, there was something greater at play, and whether she liked it or not, their fates would one day collide. But Illyria remained steadfast in her resolve. When the storm finally came, it would find her unbroken, her fire burning brighter than ever before. Chapter 2. The Storm Song. His name was Cairo, meaning the wandering storm, for his magic was as chaotic as it was alluring. Cairo was born in a faraway city, raised by his family of cunning enchanters, known for their manipulation of elemental forces. His father, a master of illusion, had passed down the ability to charm anyone with mere words or a glance. Cairo, however, always found himself swayed by something else, the energy of those around him, especially the opposite sex. It was his greatest flaw, and his family warned him often that his heart could lead him astray. But his charm, his beauty, and his easygoing nature made him the center of attention, a magnet for affection. From his earliest years, Cairo wrestled with the pull of desire. He craved connection, but it was often fleeting, as women would be drawn to him, only to be pushed away by his fickle heart. While his magic was potent, tapping into the wind and the rain, the storm within him was restless. Cairo longed for something deeper than the fleeting affections he found, but he was easily distracted, easily enchanted by the allure of others. Little did he know his heart was intertwined with another, though their paths had yet to meet fully. As a child, Cairo's connection to the elements was evident. By the time he was 5, the skies would shift to match his emotions, sunny when he was happy, but stormy and wild whenever he grew upset or frustrated. His mother would call him her little tempest, both with pride and worry. Though Cairo's family was known for their mastery of charm and illusion, it was clear that his magic was different, wild and unpredictable like the storm that seemed to live within him. By the time Cairo reached his teenage years, his good looks and natural charisma had made him the envy of his peers. He never needed to try. People flocked to him as if he were the eye of a hurricane, calm and captivating amidst the chaos of the world. He reveled in the attention, though part of him knew it wasn't real. His father's warnings echoed in his mind. Charm, while powerful, was often shallow, and hearts drawn to the surface of things would eventually drift away. But Cairo couldn't help himself. He was addicted to the rush of new connections, to the electricity in the air when someone new became entranced by his presence. Every encounter felt like lightning, sharp and thrilling, but it never lasted. The energy would fade and he'd move on, chasing the next spark. Still, despite his wandering heart, there was a deep yearning within him, one that none of his fleeting romances could satisfy. It was as though a storm brewed inside of him that could not be stilled, a restlessness that came not just from in his nature, but from something much older, something embedded in his soul. He had dreamt of a figure in fire, a woman whose presence stoked his heart in ways that no one else could. The dreams would come to him on nights when the storms were at their fiercest, leaving him drenched in sweat and longing for something he couldn't explain. His family knew of his dreams, though they rarely spoke of them. They, too, had their secrets, whispers of a bond between Cairo's lineage and another, an ancient pact that had yet to be fulfilled. His mother believed his dreams were tied to that bond, a premonition of his destiny. His father, however, feared that Cairo's wandering heart would only lead to destruction, not fulfillment. And so, as Cairo grew older, his family kept him sheltered, encouraging him to focus on mastering his magic rather than pursuing every fleeting connection that caught his eye. But the storm inside him could not be contained. As much as Cairo tried to focus on honing his abilities, the pull of desire and distraction was always there, just beneath the surface. By the time he was 18, Cairo had become a force of nature in his own right. He could command the winds with a mere thought, summon lightning from the sky with a flick of his wrist, and bend the rain to his will. His power was undeniable, but so was his vulnerability. He could never resist the allure of a beautiful woman, nor the promise of new adventures that took him far from home. One day, during a particularly violent storm, Cairo felt an overwhelming surge of energy that he couldn't ignore. It was different from the fleeting passions he had known before. This felt ancient, powerful, like the earth itself was calling out to him. He wandered into the wilderness, following the storm's path until he found himself standing before an ancient, enchanted forest. The trees whispered secrets as the wind howled through their branches, and Cairo could feel the presence of something or someone just beyond the veil of reality. It was there in that forest that Cairo saw her for the first time, not fully, but as a flicker of flame dancing at the edge of his vision. She was there and gone in an instant, but her presence left an imprint on him, deep and lasting. His heart thundered in his chest, and for the first time in his life, Cairo felt something he had never known before, an unshakable certainty that there was someone out there that was meant for him. He spent the next several years chasing after that presence, though it seemed to always elude him. Every storm he encountered felt like a whisper of her magic, but no matter how far he traveled, he could never quite catch her. Along the way, Cairo continued to fall in and out of love, though nothing ever lasted. Each fleeting romance left him more restless than before, and the storm inside him grew more turbulent with every passing year. But the pull of his twin flame, the woman who haunted his dreams and danced at the edge of his consciousness, was growing stronger. No matter how many times he allowed himself to be distracted by other women or the thrill of new adventures, that deep, unfulfilled yearning remained. It was as though the storm within him was destined to collide with something greater, something he couldn't yet understand. As the years passed, Cairo's charm and charisma continued to draw people to him, but his heart remained unsatisfied. He had mastered the storm, but the chaos inside him still raged. He longed for something deeper, something that would calm the tempest within him once and for all. Unbeknownst to Cairo, his destiny was drawing closer with every storm he chased. The figure in his dreams, the woman of fire, was no illusion. She was real, and their fates were bound together by forces older than time. Though he had yet to find her, the day was coming when the storm and the flame would finally collide, and when they did, the world itself would tremble. Cairo didn't know it yet, but his wandering heart was about to find its match. And when that day came, the storm inside him would either be tamed or it would destroy everything in its path. Once upon a time, there was a soul who came into this world knowing that they were destined to meet someone who would change the course of their life forever. This connection wasn't just ordinary, it was cosmic, etched into the stars long before they were born. It was the kind of connection that would heal wounds, spark growth, and bring a profound sense of purpose and love into both of their lives. The person was aware of this deep within their soul, even before the encounter happened. They both have vivid dreams, flashes of synchronicities, and signs from the universe guiding them towards this meeting. It was as if the cosmos whispered in their ear, "This person will come into your life, and together you would change each other's destinies." And then it happened. The day they met, everything shifted. Time seemed to stop. And in each other's presence, they felt an undeniable pull, a recognition of something ancient, something sacred. It was the kind of bond that transcended words and logic, a soul contract that had been waiting for its moment to be fulfilled. But life on earth is full of distractions, and even the strongest of connections can be tested. The person who was meant to be a part of this sacred union started to falter. Faced with the opportunity to gain materially, to climb the ladder of success, they veered off course. Money, power, and status glittered like gold before them, and slowly but surely their priorities shifted. They told themselves it was just temporary. I'll come back to this connection, they thought. Once I've secured my success, I'll return and we'll be together. It's just not the right time yet. But with each step they took away from their path, they became more entangled in the material world. The money came, the success grew, but something inside of them withered. The connection that was once vibrant, alive, and brimming with potential began to dim. The other person, the one who had been waiting, could feel the distance. They knew that something had shifted, that the love and purpose that they once shared was being drowned by the pursuit of earthly gains. But they couldn't wait for forever. After all, the soul's journey doesn't pause for one who is too consumed with what is fleeting. And so, with a heavy heart, they made the painful decision to walk away, to honor their own path. Years passed, and the person who had chosen the material world over their destined connection found themselves in a place of emptiness. They had achieved everything they set out to gain: wealth, status, recognition, but none of it filled the void that had grown in their heart. In the quiet moments, they would think of the one they had lost, the life they could have had, the deep love and fulfillment they had sacrificed, and they realized that no amount of money could ever replace that kind of connection. They tried to go back. They reached out, hoping to rekindle what once was. But time had moved on. The other person had healed, had grown, and had moved forward on their own journey. The connection, once so full of promise, was now a distant memory of what could have been. This is the story of how the pursuit of monetary gain led one person to alter the course of the divine connection. The lesson here is clear. There are some things that money cannot buy: love, true connection, and the fulfillment of our soul's purpose are priceless. And when we prioritize material gain over spiritual truth, we risk losing what matters most. But even in this loss, there is a greater lesson. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, always offers chances for redemption, for healing, for new beginnings. This story serves as a reminder to stay true to your path, to honor the sacred connections in your life, and to trust that the things meant for you will always come when you're aligned with your highest self. Let this be a call to never forget what truly matters: love, connection, and a journey of the soul. If you like what you heard, please make sure you follow and subscribe. The darkest night. On the darkest night, woke up in a fight. Not sure of the problem, feels wrong but it's right. Led by faith as I walk without sight. Woke up in the darkness, but I am the light. Woke up in the dark, can't see and it's silent. The entities are busy. Woke up and chose violence. Don't move, just listen. A strange position. It's up and it's stuck. I received the mission. Orders from heaven. Past life regression. Synchronicity sign sealed. 11:11. Recover the energy. Retrieve the soul. Slay the entity. Watch the story unfold. It's dark, I can't see, but I'm feeling the energy. It's quiet, don't speak, but I know they're surrounding me. Steady my body, quiet my mind. Let them attack first. That's when it's time. Never alone in the darkness, because I am the light. It's my moment, it's time, and y'all started this fight. Harness the energy full power. I start to shine bright. It was dark from the start. Now I illuminate the night. Who do you serve? I wasn't asking no question. It's off with your head. Your lesson, I'm guessing. I'm heir to the throne. My kingdom, my crown. I'm a force to be reckoned. Get down or lay down. This is just a snippet of The Darkest Night. If you like what you hear, like, comment, share, and subscribe. To be continued. Once upon a time, there were two souls destined to meet. Long before they were born, the universe had intertwined their pathways together with the promise of a connection that would change both of their lives. It was a meeting that was meant to ignite growth, healing, and a profound transformation, a rare divine union. The life has a way of testing even the most fated of encounters. One of these souls, deeply intuitive and attuned to the subtle energies of the universe, could feel the presence of this other person long before they ever laid eyes on each other. They had dreams, visions, and signs that told them someone special was coming into their life. It was as though every step they took was leading them towards this pivotal moment. However, the other soul, the one destined to cross their path, began to drift from the plan the universe had laid for them. Faced with the temptation of the material world, they chose a different route. Opportunities for success, wealth, and status appeared, and while these were tempting, they came with a cost. Deep within, they could feel an inner pull, something urging them to trust the journey and follow a path less traveled. But the allure of instant gratification was strong, and so they altered their course. Instead of moving toward their spiritual purpose, they veered off into the pursuit of material gain. They chased wealth, business ventures, and accolades, all the while convincing themselves that the fulfillment they sought could be found in things and status. They were always too busy, always telling themselves, once I've achieved success, I'll focus on my spiritual journey. But life, being what it is, kept pulling them further and further away from what was meant to be. On the other side of the world, or maybe just a few streets away, the other soul waited. They felt the connection growing closer, felt the subtle vibrations of destiny aligning. But the encounter never happened. Days turned into months, months turned into years, and still, the meeting they had sensed never came to pass. They began to wonder if they had imagined it all, if perhaps they were wrong about the signs the universe had given them. The truth was, they hadn't been wrong. The meeting was meant to happen, but it never did. Not because of timing or circumstances, but because the other person had chosen a path that led them away from their spiritual calling. They had turned toward a life driven by external validation, believing that money and power would fulfill the emptiness inside. But in doing so, they unknowingly closed the door to the very connection that would have given them the true sense of purpose and love they sought. Years later, after achieving everything they thought they wanted, that person found themselves feeling empty despite their worldly success. In the quiet moments, they felt something missing, a deep void that no amount of money or recognition could fill. They couldn't quite place it, but there was an aching in their soul, a sense that they had missed something important, something life-changing, and they had. The connection, the one that was meant to change both of their lives, had passed them by. The other soul, the one who had waited patiently, had eventually moved on, continuing their spiritual journey without them. Though they had never met in this lifetime, the absence of that meeting would leave a lasting imprint on both of their souls. This story is a reminder that the universe gives us opportunities to align with our true purpose, to meet the people who will help us grow and evolve. But we must be open and attuned to these moments. When we chase only material gains, we may miss out on the deeper connections and life-changing experiences that are meant to guide us on our spiritual path. Sometimes the greatest losses are not the things we lose, but the people we never meet because we were too focused on what doesn't truly matter. Let this be a lesson to trust the guidance of your soul and honor the connections that come your way. The pursuit of money may fill your pockets, but only love and purpose will fill your heart. Thank you for listening. Go with God. This has been Spirit Lightworker 1111. Like, comment, share, subscribe. I just woke up. It's 2:55. A question in my spirit, wondering why. Trying to recall, just can't shake the feeling. twiddling my fingers while I'm staring at the ceiling. Why are you in my dreams? Why are they? Why can't I remember? What are my dreams trying to say? It doesn't feel normal. Thought you would always be here. Everything went so wrong. It didn't even last a year. It's over. It's done. No friend, no fun. Just court and divorce. You wanted me dead, use brute force. Blindsided was off course. Think I'm having survivor's remorse. It felt like I've died a million times. Wiping my face, tears rolling out my eyes. This can't be real. But sadly it is. Where did I go wrong? How did I get here? God, I need you. Praying my strength in the Lord. Dreams and gateways. Opening foreign doors. Why visit my sleep? It was clear you didn't want me. 3:11 on the clock, and I'm up counting sheep. Not sure of my dream, but I know I saw your face. Those people are still around, but in an unfamiliar place. Not sure of the feeling. Woke up memory erased. Can't put my finger on the reason, so confusion fills the space. Why can't I remember it? It feels like I should. Jogging my memory, I would recall it if I could. Why can't I remember? If it's important, I'll get it back. Memory stored, nothing more. Hippocampus, that's a fact. Forebrain generates dreams. I'm not blocked, so it seems. So why can't I remember? What does it all mean? Safe in my bed, nothing more, nothing less. Releasing the energy, no worries, no stress. Clear my mind, set it free. Regain focus, center around me. Take a minute, control the breath. Do what I can, let God have the rest. I'm not sure why that happened. The memory suppressed. No longer my dream, no weight on my chest. God, I trust you, and I know I'm truly blessed. Back to sleep. Man, I gotta get some rest. Gods of protection, hear my plea. Keep these people away from me. I'm far from you now. Your power is gone. Your spells are now broken and can do no harm. By my will, your magic shall cease, restoring your victims a sense of peace. I block all harm sent in my direction, back to the sender, like a mere reflection. When light fades and dusk comes through, the pain you caused shall come back to you. My words have power, the victory is won. Your spells are now broken. It's over, it's done. Nothing in the entire world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscious stupidity. Damn. I thought I was a pretty smart cookie. Here I am once again alone, sitting on my bed, trying to figure out the words to best describe the way I'm feeling about my life. A life that has been filled with so many ups, downs, twists, and more turns than one person should really bear to handle. I've always considered myself to be very positive. Well, except when I was being negative, and that's been more times than I would care to admit to. Yeah, I know that doesn't make much sense, but my life hasn't either. I would like to describe myself as a God-loving, family-oriented, loyal, loving, carefree, happy-go-lucky, hardworking, determined, adventurous, blessed woman. Others would choose to describe me as a devil-worshipping, stuck-up, uncaring, cold-hearted, easy-having it, non-working, gold-digging, unapproachable bitch. Yeah, it's funny that those words are two completely different descriptions. But if I had to be honest, I would say they would both fit. Well, except for the gold digging part. I've never ever, in my 48 years of life, dug for any gold. I have been, however, blessed enough to always have been involved with members of the opposite sex that have taken great care of myself and the things that I've needed. I've never went after any guy, and that's not to say that I wouldn't have, I just never had to. Along with that, I'm pretty traditional in the matter that I think that a man should court a woman, and I always believed in that part of the Bible that said, when a man finds a wife, he finds a good thing. I know I'm a good thing. Not to my own horn or anything, but I've thanked God a few times for the genetics that he put together on my behalf. In any and all cases, we will all be many things to different people during the course of our lives. Good, bad, ugly, or indifferent. With everything that I've learned in my 48 years of life, I've come to realize how little I really know, even about myself. I thought I had it all together. So how did I get here once again? I would have to say by telling the truth and believing in lies. The truth shall set you free. That's what the Bible says anyway. If the truth shall set me free, then why the hell don't I feel free then? Or can this be freedom, and because I never had it, I don't know what it feels like? Truth. I guess I should start with that. What really is the truth? Well, the truth is, most people can't handle the truth. Many will say that they can handle the truth. Truth is, they can't. Why then does the world ask for the truth when all they really want is a beautiful, well-packaged lie that can pass as the truth with a little sugar on it? You could be very well setting yourself up for trouble every time you open your mouth to speak the truth. That's what makes it so tricky. I seem to think that the more I tell the truth, the closer it gets me to heaven. Silly, right? I know. But the Bible says tell the truth and shame the devil, right? I know a little about the Bible here and there. My Auntie Elle always tells me to always remember the part that says to help season my words, something or another about the words that I choose to use or the way it comes out. I never really use that section, so I guess that could add to the idea that I may be heartless or cold. Truth is, one of my major flaws, I have no sugar. I don't know how to beat around the bush. I'm straight and to the point. A dangerous flaw when it comes to love, life, and the pursuit of all happiness. The truth can and will sometimes hurt, so one would think I would choose to keep my mouth shut, or at least to stop and think about what comes out of it. But sometimes it just comes out so fast that it's hard to control. If you really stop to think about it, nobody gets mad except for the person that you're telling the truth to or about. It's not my place or yours to judge anyone for their behavior. But it is, however, my duty and yours to stop a wrong from being committed or taking place in your presence. Many a fraud, habitual liar, and manipulator have crossed my path, and I was always able to spot them, all except for the one I thought was a blessing from God. He was everything that I prayed for, so I knew without a doubt that this man was heaven sent. I forgot one thing though. The way, like, the devil knows what you want, and also he packages it in a way that you ask for it, so when it comes across your path, it looks like God's work. I was blind. Didn't stop to think that most of the things that God sends me, or sends for you, comes with some work. I mean, really, Ruth in the Bible had to to lose something and work in a field until she met her Boaz. Life is full of lessons. I just happen to be the type of person that likes to learn them all. What doesn't kill you can only make you stronger. And I'm not dead yet. Not from looking at me on the outside anyway. My life has been absolutely blessed. God has always smiled on me since the day I was born. I wasn't raised rich or anything, but I wasn't poor either. I have been always able to stand when most people couldn't or wouldn't, and I wouldn't stop now. My curse is now my blessing. What should have been my end started my happy new beginning. I am happy today for what yesterday taught me. I have no regrets, and my future is bigger than my past. Yeah, definitely, my future is bigger than my past could ever been. It is about here and now, and what's in the present. So I guess I'm no longer a black girl lost. Once upon a time, you used to be mine. Now in this lifetime, you were destined to find. Invisible strings woven through time. Energy traveled, our powers combined. Kundalini released, traveled up my spine. My body is activated, their mission was assigned. Watch from a distance, keep her in line. Don't fall in love, don't cross the line. Complete the assignment, our pathway's divine. Find a protector from threats of all kinds. I'm not supposed to love you, baby. That was the sign. Memories are tainted, interference of all kinds. Minions in divine business, they try to undermine. One mistake, they relate. I'm recalibrated, refined. Stay 10 steps ahead, left them behind. I can't be confined. My magic is divine. My father's the king. He sits on the throne. I'm separated from my guardian, and now I'm here all alone. And something being supernatural, inexplicable, miraculous, and otherworldly. Somebody trying to figure out how the hell this happened. Like, how the hell did you let this happen? So spiritually, something higher was going down. So behind the scenes, family ties. Because I hear the ties that bind. The ties that bind. So she said my ring light flickered. Y'all seen this light in here flicker? That lady is pissed. All I hear is ho. That lady said, how the hell did you let a hoe fuck up? The Great Fortuners are over there, full across the country. The guy resonates for you. Time was of the essence. Y'all, the card is the Tower. Damn! We got the Tower, we got a fucking fight, and we got justice happening all at the same damn time. I told y'all this lady is pissed. Yo. She said she's fucking confused. Now she's trapped. Well, somebody is locked in their old ways, so somebody set in their mind. They said this nigga weak. He has avoidance issues. Yo, she is going in on this nigga. She said, the foundation you building is fucking weak as shit. I don't think I'm supposed to be repeating what she's saying. Y'all. Alright, somebody's in trouble. So, justice being there, and either I think I got my deck upside down, but I guess it's because it's facing y'all. But that's what it looks like. It's saying facing you. You're gonna have to face the person. So they said man in the mirror. Okay, so man in the mirror. I hear Michael Jackson. And why is it funny? Because I just seen a little nigga trying to do Michael Jackson, all this uncoordinated and every fucking thing else. All out of boundaries that is not there. So somebody is out of bounds. That's what they said. Bitch, you're out of bounds. Take it how it resonates, because guess what? I wasn't trying to be in the business, so I know y'all not talking to me. I'm going to just read what it said. They said, take it how it come, because it's a battle about to come. And then justice, she said, his, whatever the hell that lady said, she mad. Okay, so, because at this point, tower, justice, a fight. They said strong, because apparently frontline energy, and bitch, you got her fucked up. Damn. This is not looking good. Y'all, do y'all see how these cards are flipping out? It's crazy. Uh-oh. And all in everybody business. High Priestess energy. Trust your own counsel first. I've been here. Feels like somebody watching me all week long. But guess what? I told y'all it was a bunch of eyes out here yesterday because spiritually there was a meeting going down in the ethers. The ancestors was talking. Somebody said there needed to be a parlay. Apparently disruption in the system because I think they still talking. But it looked like the battle done already broke out because these people was fighting. This lady is snapping. Tower then came. Tower then hit. Yo. And here they go again. It was a thing. It was they all fall like dominoes, dominoes. And then it's fucking toy soldiers. So toy soldiers. Apparently they was fake. They mounted up like they was real, but they was fake. He said like toy soldiers. Step by step, heart to heart, they all fall down like toy soldiers. Oh, that lit my body up. Oh, they are not playing. They said no disruption in the system. So somebody's upset because they getting blocked off. They said no disruption in the system. And this lady is pissed. It's over, Hova. No disruption in the system. Y'all got blocked off. And they said they live happily ever after. So ain't no sadness, no madness, no stressing, no lessons, no none of that. Everything is good. Everybody over here chilling. Life will proceed naturally as it should. Y'all done been sentenced. They is not happy. So you got a King of Wands upside down ass nigga. And I told y'all this King of Wands was out here yesterday. But I kept saying it's an impersonation. Somebody's trying to impersonate. And 5 and 5. So the upside down King of Wands is also 5. And so is the battle in the fight. Mind y'all, I told y'all that man was giving King of Swords upside down. And so was the lady. She's a bitch and he's a bitch. But they trying to come in this energy. Well, I guess they got flipped upside down now. Because the universe said, get somebody else. Dangle your little ass. Get somebody else. So a King of Swords energy, he's upside down and very intolerant, cruel, austere, stubborn, ruthless, and opinionated. Highly opinionated. He got a lot of opinions that don't mean shit. Somebody came and scooped your jacks up and left. Fuck you. Thank you for coming. Go with God. I block all harm, send in my direction. Send it back to the sender like a mirror reflection. Uphold the rules of the wicked and read. Be high in spirit. Do not impede. When light fades and dark comes through, the harm you cause will come back to you. My conscience is clear. My heart is pure and free. May my pathway be made clear and my my journey plain to see. So mote it be. Life from life and mind to mind, our spirits will now disentwine. Remove the strings, set them free, sever the connection, so mote it be. Do what thou will, but harm to none. Our mission is complete, the connection is done. Live in secrets, live in lies. The truth you hide will no longer be disguised. So shall it be. Remove this pain and set it free. Inside my heart, inside of me. Feeling lonely, hurt and depressed, let it go, let it rest. I banish the pain, I release the sorrow. I will not carry this into tomorrow. Today is finished, today is done. Victory is mine, the battle is won. Energy of pain, you're now set free. I send you out into the universe and far away from me. So mote it be. I want to tell you everything, and it's nothing to hide. To know thyself, and I'm down to ride. Akin to my twin, where you been? Love in the fifth dimension. Trying to give you everything 3D that's missing. While sticking to the mission, got me tripping. Cause they got you over there simping. Me and you and me. It's a love that never ends. Got me thinking about you day and night. No need to pretend. I just want to show you different, cause I know you different. How you got me smiling different, got me thinking, Lord, what is this? Yes, you got me shining different, bright different. Can't get her off my mind cause she different. Beautiful and consistent. Girl, you got me glowing different, growing different. Every fucking moment with you feels significant. Wanting to spend all my time, she different. Wanna make her mine, she different. Wanna and dine her different. Hugs and kisses. In between the sheet, she different. The thought, the premise. A love that's different, and my feelings all up in it. We supposed to be handling business, but this new connection started transcending. Passion endless, and girl, we blended. Future our dreams take flight, with you by my side. Everything just feels right. True love, I strongly believe. I am you, and you are me. Do what thou will, but harm to none. The power of life and death is in the tongue. They called me a witch. It was funny. I laughed. A magical being. I lived for the craft. They lied, cheated, and cursed my name. Their own undoing. No fortune, all shame. Touch not my anointed. Written in a book. The haughty, the arrogant. They didn't stop to look. The weapon they formed, designed to stop her. 10,000 angels on guard. It would never prosper. Heaven on earth, blessed I'd say. So you want to play chess? fuck it, I'll play. Crossing a witch, I guess you fucked up. You cursed yourself, misfortune, bad luck. Gaslit the family, you're going down in flames. Curse future generations, will all know your name. Vengeance is mine, thus saith the Lord. Blood on your hands, you'll reap your rewards. Today, tomorrow, and the rest of your years, dealing with torment, confusion, and fear. The warnings you were given, and you heeded none. You live by the sword, try to kill by the gun. For the love of money, power, and wealth, the demon you summon is taking your health. Starts with your sight because you lack vision. After that, it's mental prison. Heavy is the head, you wanted the crown. The temporal lobe is shutting down. The shell of a vessel, love is a blessing. Never choose money over love. This was the lesson. I bind your powers, no more magic to find. You use them improperly, I claim them, they're mine. What you give is what you receive. From this day forward, so mote it be. In this timeline, there exists a connection between two souls that transcends the ordinary. A twin flame love story that fate, or perhaps the courts of reality, keep just out of grasp. Imagine two individuals whose energies harmonize seamlessly, drawn together by an invisible force that defies explanation. However, the circumstances of this particular timeline conspire to keep them apart. This unrealized love becomes a subtle undercurrent in their lives, a wistful yearning that colors their everyday moments. It's a love that feels almost tangible, yet remains elusive. As they navigate their separate paths, the longing for what could have been influences the choices they make and the connections that they form. This unfulfilled love becomes a source of introspection, propelling them towards personal growth and self-discovery. The shared dreams of an alternate reality provide solace, and the emotional echoes of this untapped connection subtly shape their experiences. In the tapestry of their lives, the threads of this unfulfilled love weave a complex pattern, leaving them forever marked by the beauty of the connection that seems to be just beyond the reach of this timeline. Thank you guys for coming towards my channel. Like, comment, share, subscribe, and go with God. Dear God, thank you today for past, present, and future blessings. Thank you the same for the wonderful lessons. So many questions, so I come to you. On bended knee, Lord, what should I do? The past few months, too many ups and downs, struggle and strife, dealing with these clowns. Here again, still sticking to the plan. You gave me the vision. I'm still trying to understand. Getting it done, but it's going fairly slow. Blockages and resentment from people I don't even know. I'm sure you're on top of it. God is causing stress, stealing and lying. God, the earth is a mess. Signs and signals all around. These people are obsessed, Lord, with taking me down. I came in peace, threw my hands up and all. They attacked anyway. Humpty Dumpty, let 'em fall. All for one and one for all. I asked nicely. Anyone recall? Summoning demons, dark magic afoot, spells and incantations they learned from a children's book. God, I do what you ask. Handle business, no question. You ordered my steps. I moved around with discretion. The mission I accepted, without a care. My pathway got dark. You were always there. I moved with the demons. They were the best of friends. Lesson learned. I moved on. I upgraded and ascended. My pathway I traveled, not once to complain. Minions stepped in, and things were about to change. Everyone will be tested. The time is now. Sink or swim, but I won't let you drown. Again I accepted. God, I trust you, I said. You said it's going to get bad because they all want you dead. The things they will say can make you sad. before it gets better. It's going to get bad. Wealth transfer. The last will be first. As I'm weeding them out, it's going to get worse. The warning will come, but they will not heed. The haughty, the arrogant, so filled with greed. The words you write will enlighten the wise. Come to pass, again you're despised. Fingers will point, money lost, bad health. No accountability ever taken. They will never blame themselves. Pen to pad, I'm still looking for my tribe. My words are magic. Never ever attack a scribe. Voice of an angel sings me to sleep. Gentle demeanor, beautiful physique. Energy of a goddess, a bit of mystique. One of a kind, that makes her unique. Damn, my lover, this girl got me weak. In love with her accent and the way that she speaks. Can't wait till I meet her. Been chatting for weeks, perfecting her music and my writing technique. Two heads together, we write then we tweak. Chosen in life, higher knowledge we seek. Creative energy, divine destiny, more than amazing. To us blessed be. Follow the path, as we sow shall we reap. Information unlocked, we take imaginative leaps. Manifesting together, forever growth, major keys, abundance in life, prosperity and peace. And planting new light codes with every seed, we got what we came for, the mission's complete. I hope you get what you want and you want what you need. Purposeful life, driven to succeed. Fame and fortune, notoriety, destined for greatness. I planted the seed. Consulted with heaven, covenant achieved. Blessings dispatch, I declare and decree. Elevate and ascend, quiet the mind. Learn more of thyself, inner peace I find. Spiritual awakening, reality shift. Complete the assignment, acquire the gift. New skills and talents, ancestral ties, mere reflection, spiritual eyes. Through time and space, clear to proceed, I acquired the gift. Behold, the gift was me. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all? From then till now and after that, the fairest you are, the fairest in fact. Past lives revealed, memories intact, proceed confidently, create a huge impact. The more you seek, the more you find, happens this way, through destiny's design. That's a little tidbit of what I wrote so far. Thank you guys for coming towards my channel. Like, comment, share, subscribe, and go with God. This is Broad-Minded with Spirit Lightworker 1111, aka your girl TJ. So I have Aaron on the show today, and we're going to discuss a poem, or also what could be considered a love spell by some, that I just recently posted. I'm going to get a couple thoughts, from him about how he feels about it and about, the way this is going, because it's like a story of our life. The events in it are very true. And I just wanted to get your take on some of, what was in there. So would you like for me to go over the part that I shared, or would you just like for me to go into, just a couple of thoughts on it?
Definitely let me know what you need me to comment on. Or what you want me to comment.
Okay, so the poem is basically about how we met, the story of my life, and how we became who we are to each other. And as the story goes on, because, okay, so the part that I didn't tell them, or they don't know yet, because I only gave them the beginning of the story. But I actually crossed paths with you when I was 14 years old. And you were like, how old are you? You're, what, 6 years, 7 years older than me? 5 years older than me. Okay. I don't know why. Okay. So 5 years older than me. So at the time, I was 14. You would have been 20. 20, yeah. Depending upon what time it was when we met.
Okay.
So, thoughts?
You were too young.
Okay. Definitely too young.
For me to be, trying to deal with.
Definitely. I mean, but in some people's minds, some people may have actually tried to deal with me. But you did the right thing, so guess you weren't a pedophile.
But in hindsight, maybe I wish I had at least taken the time to just know.
Right, because we crossed paths again when I was 17, 18.
Right.
And this time, I didn't see you, you saw me. And what happened?
And as one of your friends who happened to be somebody that had known me for years, I knew them when they were 5 years old riding tricycle. And so I pretty much know it was a go because they were gonna put in a good word for me.
Oh, I was gonna say, what you mean by go? You mean they were gonna tell you that
They were going to tell you to select me.
Oh, okay.
To give me a good reference is what I'm saying.
Okay, so they did give him a good reference, just so you know. But what happened on that day is we hung out a little bit, and I drove you to my friend's house because you were drunk that night.
Yeah.
And then I left.
And then you left.
But we exchanged phone numbers, or somebody gave you my phone number, or how did that happen?
That part I can't really remember. I do know that it was easy to get back in contact, but I don't remember if you gave me your number or I probably gave you my number.
Okay.
I don't think you were being really open to the idea of
being your girlfriend.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think I gave you my number, so I probably had to wait to see if you called.
I think I was being open to being your girlfriend. I don't think I was in a position to be your girlfriend at that time. And quite frankly, I don't think you were technically in a position to be my boyfriend either. You were being messy because you were somebody else's boyfriend.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But either way, we kept in contact. How long was that for?
About 6 months.
Okay, we stayed in contact for about 6 months, and we talked. We used to have very good conversations. We used to stay on the phone for a long time.
We became pretty good friends in that 6 months, it seemed like. Or at least we had good chemistry.
We did. How many times did we see each other, do you think? Probably once.
Yeah, once, maybe twice in that time period. I just came to visit you to talk to you for a few minutes.
Okay, so during that time we were just developing, a friendship, a relationship, or something, because during this time, I don't even know if I had discussed with you that I was probably the same little girl. I was probably being a little hot, trying to get your attention. So I don't know if we had even discussed that part yet, did we?
No.
So at 14, I saw him and I sent my cousin to say something to him because I thought he was very attractive. He shot me down, gave me no rhythm, told me to take my little young ass on. I did that, and then later on in life, now he comes across me, and now he's sending his friends to talk to me. So 6 months, give or take some, we communicated, we developed a really good friendship. I moved from the situation I was in and off on my own the very first time I was ever probably really like on my own by myself. You came to my house the very first night I moved in. And we talked.
Yep.
And we did more than talk. But we talked for a long time.
We did. Always talk for a long time.
And at that time, you were a college student.
Yeah. Chemistry.
A chemistry major. And we were talking about all your dreams and everything that you wanted to do. And you told me you were a chemistry major. And that night, I said I was going to marry you. So, it was me, you, and your friend. What was your friend? Was it CL?
I think I want to say CL, yeah.
Okay, one of his friends, CL. And so we started dating from that night on, right?
Yeah.
Literally, like, from that night on. And
fuck that!
I was so in love, like, from the gate. And so what happened
Hey,
after
Miss
that
Kelly.
was an ex-boyfriend, an old boyfriend of mine.
Hey,
got out of
y'all.
jail. How many months did we date before that? It was almost like 6 months or something. Probably we dated after that. And then he showed up and he had found out that I was dating you or something, and he came to tell me that you had a girlfriend.
Ramir.
So when he told me that he had a girlfriend, I stopped talking to him. And you actually called and checked up on me, came to my house, and I kept avoiding you. And then I found out you got in trouble. So he got in trouble for something. I found out about it. Then I tried to contact him. And now you were unavailable. I couldn't get a hold of you
Couldn't get in contact.
at all. And I came to find you. I actually came to look for you.
So it took now years for us to actually find each other again.
It did. It took years. But before that, before we got to that situation, my friends told me that you were getting married.
Oh,
And I wasn't with it. So I ended up finding out that he was about to get married, that he got engaged to some girl, or I guess the girl that he was supposedly have been with at the time. And I wanted my friends to tell me, and you didn't find this out until later, that I wanted my friends to tell me because my friends were connected to his friends. So I was trying to persuade my friends to find out from his friends about the day you were going to get married.
Oh, yeah.
Because I was going to stop your winner.
You had 5.
Because I knew you didn't belong
I
there.
came downstairs looking for it this morning.
You were mine. I told you that.
Okay,
So, nobody would tell me. He got married. He disappeared. For how many years?
probably 4 years.
So, disappeared for 4 years, and by this time, about 24, 25. What, 23, 22?
Maybe.
Because it took a little while for you to leave, bro, still.
Right. Yeah, you might be right. I was 24, 25. Yeah.
Okay, so then we connect again. Did you think about me when you were gone?
I did. Told people about you.
What did you say?
Basically, I just, told them about the, girl from Dover that, and it might have been because I met some people from Dover, so I might have been trying to find out if they knew.
Right, so,
And, so basically, I just said, that you were my baby. I wish I could have had a chance to talk to you, but now we just lost contact, like cold. No way to get in contact with each other.
right, so then by the time we actually get in contact with each other, so I think I had seen your friend one time at one of the events that Delaware has, like a camp or something at the time. And I remember him taking a picture of me, and I gave him my phone number because I told him when he saw you, I needed to speak to you. So how did you know? Did he tell you?
I remember him giving me the picture. So it must have been him that somehow told me, but I don't know if that's how I got in contact with you. I can't remember how we got in contact because did you give him a number to get to?
I did, I think. Yeah, I did actually, because at the time when you and I first used to date, you kind of can, vouch for this or, say whatever. But when we first met, I was kind of very square, like kind of very laid back, very shy type, like.
Right.
But when I seen him, I had grown a little.
Right.
So I told him that I wanted to show you the difference between 18 and 24.
Right.
Because I had learned some stuff.
Yeah.
I had become a little more mature, I thought. But by the time you and I started linking up, what were you thinking?
About who you were now?
Yeah.
I didn't like some of the changes that you had going.
So a lot different from my first.
Yeah, even though you still were the same person to me, you were just different in a way that if I had only met you then, like later,
Right.
I probably wouldn't have been as close to you.
At the 24-year-old
Right.
phase.
Yeah.
I thought you would have liked her, though. She was a little more fun.
Yeah.
I was way more reserved when you met me first.
But there's two different types of women in my eye. There's girls that you have fun with and girls that you are with.
Oh.
Not that the girl that you are with can't be fun, but that some girls are just for fun.
Oh. And then I became both.
Well, you were able to be both because I already knew.
Oh.
If I didn't know you and I met you, I would have labeled you as probably the fun girl.
Why?
Because you were fun.
What's that mean, though? I mean, I still was having my house. I still had my kids. I still did
you were still
responsible
responsible
stuff.
and all of that, but some things I just don't approve of.
Like,
It's my style. It's for
I
me.
was a party girl.
Yeah.
You didn't like party girls? That's a.
Not to take home with me.
You took me home every night. Every night. And we
I
had
wasn't
lots
with
of
you.
fun. You were with me at the time.
You think we were together?
Yes.
I don't know, because you would stayed away from me so much. Meaning, like, you were there,
Yeah, but then we got to a point where we were
together just about every day.
every day.
But we didn't live together.
It didn't matter. We damn near almost did because shit, where was you at? You got off work and you came to me.
Yeah, for the most part.
So, I mean, it seems like we developed something.
Well,
Okay.
Like I said, you were still the same person. You just said things.
Right.
And so, being the person that I am, I would let certain things restrict me from.
Well, you were a little bit different when you got back too.
How?
Cause you're not really all that, you became a little isolated cause I remember you still being more relaxed before the incident.
Oh, yeah.
You was a little uptight and a little grumpy.
Oh, yeah. I think I'm sure that.
But I was young, I was 24, so I was doing 24-year-old shit.
No doubt.
By that time you were 29?
Yeah.
Okay. So you had lived a little, plus you had a little trouble that made you
I had things.
a little more strict and structured.
Right.
I was living my life.
Of course.
Didn't want to go. So, okay, we got past that phase. What happened then? Because this is like cycles of our life. And this is the reason why we're going through this, because we'll fast forward to later, but there were several times that me and you just ended up together, and it just seemed like we kept crossing paths, but we was not able to stick to each other.
Hey, Miss Kelly.
So we knew
Okay,
we were
guess
tied
what,
together.
y'all?
We knew we loved each
Girl,
other.
it is
We had a
4:04.
bond because we would
This is
always
Fine
gravitate
Saturday
back to
morning
each other.
on the
I
1st of
always
February,
thought about
2025. Happy
you.
Saturday,
You tell me you
y'all.
always thought
Hey!
about me. So
Huh? She lives in
now,
New
in a
Zealand.
situation,
Look,
like I used to
I'm
tell you back
international. I
then,
got international friends,
and,
okay? So,
you know, I
period.
might have thought you were weird, or you might have thought I was weird. But
I love
used
you,
to
Miss
tell you
Kelly. I'm
that
still
we had
running
past
around
lives
out
together,
here in these
right?
streets, so I just had to come in the house and
did
drop
you
something
think?
off. But
Well, I didn't know what to think about that.
I hope y'all realize, like, listen to him because he been lying the whole time. Like, every time I hear it now, I can hear all the lies exuding out of his mouth. Like, the nigga's a liar.
And so,
But he's a Gemini, so there goes.
Speaking to me.
All right, I love y'all. See y'all
so
shortly.
you believe in reincarnation, in that a spirit can
No,
travel
period.
through multiple,
So that chicken was tasty. You feel the love that man put in that food for me?
then
What you think, the lemon pepper? They got dried lemon pepper rub?
our bond seems so
Oh, that lemon
natural.
pepper gonna be tasty, ain't it?
We are
I'm gonna
familiar.
get him to give me some lemon pepper.
Yes.
Are familiar.
Period.
So we've always
Love you.
seemed like we've been very familiar to each other, even though we couldn't kind of like hold on to each other for some reason. We would hold on to each other, but it always seemed like we were hit and miss. Like you would be into something, I would be into something. It was just always something. And then at the time, because you were still tied to this person, even though you were saying you wasn't with the person, but you were still tied to this person. And so that kind of like threw me off a little bit with our situation. So then, as we continue, and now we're learning even more things, like the twin flame thing. What do you think about that?
Almost, this seems to describe our relationship.
Would you like to elaborate?
That I feel such a strong gravitation, attraction for you or towards you. But once we get together, it just becomes kind of chaotic. Everything becomes chaotic, or somehow difficult. Even though nothing makes my attraction for you go away. But so then that is confusing to me because why then is it always so difficult?
Right. For us to kind of mesh or whatever. So then, do we have another transition? Because for some reason I think we have 4 lifetimes together or something. So something happened that kind of put us together all the time. Or just in the same situation where now we're moving in together, and then that became crazy. So that was another phase. And then it was seeming like, and I don't know, you can kind of correct me if I'm wrong, like I was telling you one thing, and it was almost like you weren't hearing what I was saying, because I'm like, I love this man so much, but it was almost like our communication was kind of blocked or something, like we just could not get on the same page. So we got through with that transition. So now we started, that was the last one. So now we're friends and trying to just coexist after the last incident, because it went from a time where you and I never argued about anything.
Anything at all.
Nothing. We were just good. And then we decided that we wanted to live together, and our life went haywire. Why do you think that was?
Because I guess certain things are acceptable.
It's officially 11/11, just so you know.
I think certain things are more acceptable before you are officially together. Like when you become officially together with
Right, that's true.
So now, although we could be out until all night,
Partying like fucking rock stars.
you know, now the rules have changed a little bit. The dynamic is different. Before, if I saw somebody trying to talk to you, I would just turn around and go the other way. You know,
Right.
Respect.
But that's the type of relationship we had. Like, we knew we were together, but it didn't matter, like, because I didn't care who you talked to. I knew you were leaving with me, so it didn't matter. We had a very open and fun relationship.
Yeah. But it was easier because, I guess, of the way I could frame it in my mind.
Right. Okay, so that ended very tragically. So, yeah, that was bad. Okay, so that relationship, we totally failed at all of the ones previous before now. And so that cycle lasted the longest, because normally the other cycles were maybe like 5 years, or the first one was what? 5 years, right? 4 years? Okay.
I probably saw you within 6 months of the year back around. Yeah.
Yeah. Because we didn't waste time, but the only thing about us, we were always very, very weird. Like, although we know we had great sex, we would take our time to have sex, which I thought was always funny with us. Because it seems like we have a great attraction, so why do we do that? We're like, it's almost as if we have to kind of communicate from the inside first, before our outsides decide that they want to touch each other.
Yeah. We do a bonding thing first.
Yeah.
We have to be okay with each other first.
Right.
Yeah.
So.
But that's how we started, maybe.
We did start that way, because
Not for
we
the same
communicated.
reason, necessarily, or because we just talked on the phone.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
So now 10 years go by, but what we did this time was, although before all the other times we would lose touch from each other, this time we made a very conscious decision to hold on to each other and to just be friends. Because we knew we loved each other, but we just can't figure out why we can't get it together.
Yeah.
So now in 10 years, he's had a relationship, I've had a relationship. I moved away from our state to a different state. I've moved 2 states since then. But we communicated the whole time. You were kind of like my guide along the way. Like, during my relationship issues, you kind of walked me through some of the things. You were always a very listening ear when I was going through stuff. I feel like I was always very open with you, though, but you weren't telling me about your stuff.
I may not always offer up a whole lot of information, but for the most part, I will give you details, but maybe not something, I don't know. But I will give you details. I would talk about all the women.
All the women. Sounds like a lot.
It was more than one.
Okay.
So like it wasn't more than one sometimes.
Don't bring nothing about me. We're going to remember to keep this to you say what you say about yourself. And remember that you talking about yourself, okay? Because you don't know what I was doing. My box belonged to me. You don't supervise that. So you wasn't there. You can't say that. You thought nothing. You thought you could talk about you. So now we're 10 years now. And a year ago, I decided that I was tired of playing with you. You remember what I told you?
That you wanted to get some closure some kind of way, either complete the cycle or get out of the cycle or something.
Yes, because you and I seemed like we were stuck on a merry-go-round. I mean, it seems like every so often we would kind of like go our own separate ways, do what we were doing, but we still would be connected to each other. That didn't seem like it was kind of irritating to you, your other people, or because it's kind of hard being in relationships with other people when you're holding on to the dream of something different. Would you not agree?
Yeah, but on my end, that was easy.
How?
Because I don't really tell everybody all my business anyway. So I don't necessarily tell everybody that, you know, who I talk to or how close somebody is to me or whatever.
I mean, but I'm sure they could think about it if you bring the person up. Or if you mention the person more than once and they're not in your relationship. And I done heard you say that you done said stuff to women about.
Oh yeah, these women I wasn't trying to be with, so it didn't matter to me.
Yeah. Well, either way, I was just done with the cycle because we seem like we keep dancing around this thing. And so what I decided to do was we planned visits and we were going to now try to therapy our way, because I don't even think when we decided that we were even discussing us being together. I think we were really just discussing us doing friendship counseling, right?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
That's what I thought, because we had pens, pencils. We were really like getting ready to go through this whole transitional thing of as while we keep having this back and forth thing, while we keep having to come back to each other. So I said, I'm tired of it. We got to figure it out because I'm tired of connecting to and holding on to you, because in my relationships, what was happening was because you have always been considered my best friend, when I'm having boyfriends and they're saying you can't be best friends with him, I'm saying he was here before you. So if I have to make a choice, I choose him, which has to be kind of hard now that I think about it, probably for them. And maybe I should have thought about it even then, but for some reason, I just didn't care. So I would say, you know, that's my friend. Even though they probably felt like, I mean, probably the way that I talked about you or just anything, people would probably say that you were never really just my friend.
Right. People would say that when we were just in the same room.
Yeah. Like, we look like we're attached to each other. We look like we belong to each other. They would say that. So, we got our pens, we got our paper, we had our schedule. We were going to meet each other once a month, right?
Yeah.
We were going to stay with each other. So, we got a hotel room. Did we do it, twice? The first 2 months, right? So the first 2 months we got together, we got hotel rooms, we got our little pens and paper, and we communicated, and we did everything. We actually slept in the same bed, but on opposite sides where we didn't even touch each other.
Right.
And I accidentally touched you one time, and you almost went crazy, like, like you jumped as if, you know, you were afraid to touch me. So we were literally like, really, really, really friends.
Yeah.
So the first 2 months, and then we skipped. What did we miss? Like 3 months or something?
Yeah, somehow, you know, it became hard for you to come to Delaware as often or something, and then, because you had to do some other thing. And so, yeah, then the time started spreading out.
So then I show up, I guess 2 or 3 months later, and this time I think something started to change. Not much, but slightly, because I think I showed you something that was happening with my body, which I wasn't naked or anything. I had on I think a robe and tights or something, bodysuit, and you happened to say you saw my butt. Which made me blush a little bit, but I think somewhere in my mind it kind of switched a little something. Okay, so then that happened. Well, nothing happened, right? Because we just still did the same thing. We just did our normal discussion. our meet and greet, our sleep, and we're out. But it was still kind of like bonding. Um, Couple months go by again. How many? About 3 again.
Because you went away.
I went away again because I had to be gone a lot. But this time we're texting, and now we're texting a little different. Because what happened was my brother sent me a picture one night, and it was of me and you at a party from when we were younger. And the minute the picture came through, I said, I love him. And my brother said, I know you do. That's why I sent it to you. And it gave me like the best feeling. And I remember how I felt when we were together at that time.
And that's what happened when I said it.
And I sent it right to you, and that's what you said.
I remember you.
Mm-hmm.
I just got hit with all of those feelings all over. I forgot. Just all the stuff that we went through and everything just made me not remember that.
Right. And it gave us a feeling. So I remember that feeling. So during this time, I was still doing stuff, but I was with still the person. But for some reason, that night made me feel different about you. Because it made me instantly feel like, oh shit, I already knew I wasn't supposed to be where I was anyway. And I should have been, like, brought that to an end. And one of my friends actually told me before, because we had an incident and you were mad at me, and then she was like, that the reason why she thought you were mad was because you wanted me to make the choice to be separated from that person anyway, all on my own. But I didn't think that at all because we had never had that discussion. And all you would have had to do was say something. But okay, so we had that discussion. And so shortly behind that, I went to Jamaica. Right? And while I was in Jamaica, from the very first time of me going to, like, landing, I was on the phone with you. And I was in Jamaica with somebody different. But I needed my friend because the somebody different was driving me insane, like it was the worst vacation ever. So I'm on the phone with you because, well, first of all, they didn't fly with me. Matter of fact, I flew by myself, remember? Because in my mind, I was getting ready to make the decision to be like, you should come hang out with me in Jamaica. I mean, we were friends, so why couldn't we hang out? Except for the fact that I was at a nudist resort. Now, that might have been, you know, something. We would have been in the same room.
So how could two friends be naked around each other?
We probably wouldn't have been friends anymore after that. Or we would have been friends, but probably real friends. Really close friends. Okay. So then the person shows up and they're acting retarded and crazy, and it was like the worst vacation ever, and you were like talking me through this vacation. As it was like the vacation from hell, like seriously. And so then I was taking pictures because I was there the whole time, and I wanted to send you pictures. But because you were my friend, I didn't know if I should send you the pictures because the pictures were a little, they weren't like bad, but they were kind of sexual or something.
Show a little skin.
But I was fully covered though, right?
Classy still.
Yeah. But I thought you would like them, and then I'm like, but I never sent you pictures like that since we were friends. But I wanted to send you the picture, and I'm like, and that's when I knew things had changed. That was different because the fact that I wanted to send you the picture was different. But, oh, and I skipped something because when I was in Jamaica, probably 2 weeks before I went to Jamaica, I had sent you a text message. What did it say?
I don't remember that one. Which one?
The text message. The
That
text.
was the one before you went.
Yes, I went to Jamaica, and I sent you that text, and then I went to Jamaica. I was.
Yeah.
So what did I say?
Do you want to get married?
When was the time? Yeah, I said, do you want to get married?
Oh,
And you said what?
I said, you don't have to act right.
And I said, I will. And then you said,
Yeah.
And I thought it was gonna be way more than that because you are like you want to ask 9 million questions. Why are you saying that? But you didn't do any of that. You just said yes. So that threw me for a loop, and I said, okay, well the date is, and I gave you the
Hold on.
date.
Did I say something like, what's going on?
Oh yeah, you did. You asked me what was going on. I said nothing.
Yeah.
Just ready. I know I was ready. And so I guess I probably was in violation because I was standing behind the person when I said it, but I was just already over that whole thing. It was too much going on. So probably, but you and I had never we hadn't crossed the line. So
I'll let you talk.
yes, and you being my friend, but we started to kind of get closer from that time. Like it was almost.
We each other differently, not necessarily get close. I think the perspective started changing.
Right, because technically we were engaged that moment.
Yeah.
Because I said, you know, this is real,
Yeah.
and you said, okay.
Yeah.
So literally, we were engaged at that moment. So I'm in Jamaica. So I probably made that the worst trip ever anyway because I had already like canceled him in my mind. So, but he was acting stupid anyway, so that was thankful. That was done. So then by the time I come back, we had a date. We had a date to meet again. But this time we changed the date to Virginia because I had to go for my niece's graduation. I was so proud of her, but I wanted to see you too. So since I was coming that close, I asked you to come to Virginia with me. And that was June the 7th. You actually came, that was a Friday. I think it was June the 8th, and it ended up being because it was the middle of the night. So, like, because you didn't get there till, like, what time? We both got there a little bit later than we should have, but you were kind of, you had to come from work.
Yeah. It had to be sometime like midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, because we had a lot going on. Like,
Yeah.
remember the crazy girl in the parking lot trying to talk to me?
Yeah.
Excuse me. So you end up showing up, and I don't know why I was like, because all of the stuff that was happening, and you were getting lost, and I'm trying to find out where you were. It just kind of seemed like it was frustrating, the whole situation. So I'm like, I hope he doesn't get frustrated because it was like a lot going on. But then you show up, and it felt weird.
It did feel weird because although I had seen you already as my friend, this was the first time that I was seeing you and you weren't my friend anymore.
Right. But we had committed to not having sex until we got married.
Yeah.
But we weren't going to get married until February 2020. So
That was almost another year.
the day after my birthday.
Yeah.
It was what, how many months? That's 8 months.
Yeah, 8 months.
And so, but it was different. Because although we had committed to not having sex, I have my friends picking out lingerie for me to meet you.
Well, that's because your friends, they helped to change the perspective.
Yeah, they're like, are you taking that? Don't take that. You need to take this. That's not going to get it, okay? So, yeah, that was a little weird because, I don't know, you made me nervous. So, then I'm walking up to you, and then it's like, you seemed a little nervous.
Oh, no.
So we're both together, like, on this whole...
When I first saw you, I sat back down. You were so pretty.
Well, I thought the same about you. Not that you were pretty, but you were very handsome. Like, and for some reason, I keep telling you, I was attracted to you when I was younger, but for some reason, it seems like I'm more attracted to you now. So that was even different. I mean, because you have people telling you, you know, you're handsome and, you know, this, that, and the third all the time, so I wasn't adding to that back then. But I don't know, I felt different about it this time. So, okay, we help each other, get our shit together, and we go to our room. So we're hanging out, we're talking,
Feeling awkward.
everything's all fucking weird, like, cheesing with each other. What else?
Yeah, because now at this point, you were my fiance.
Literally. But you still needed to ask me to marry you, right?
For sure.
Okay. You know how this works. Old school values, young man. So yeah, I'm literally your fiance right now at this time. But we're both feeling very awkward. So what happened? That's the look you want to give me?
Well, we had a few drinks.
A few drinks and then
We
what?
had a few drinks, and then I think we decided it was time to go to bed because by this time it was almost morning.
It was like fucking 3 or 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
We up like
It was
we
almost
fucking
daylight,
partying.
I should say. It was already morning.
Yes, because we're being awkward and it's like.
So we didn't really want to. We only had one bed, so then I think we were taking our time trying to get to the bed. Nobody wanted to say, let's go to bed.
Because we were tired.
Yeah. So then, but then, as soon as I turn the lights out, it's like we
We what?
just came right together to have sex.
Violation already.
Violation immediately. Supposed to be waiting for 8 months and waited like 0 hours, 4 hours.
I know, first time we got together, violated.
That was
Done.
bad.
But we fixed it though.
We showed no discipline.
At all. My brother kept telling me, don't do it, don't do it. Don't do it. Y'all come stay over here. Y'all come stay over here. Don't do it, don't do it. Don't do it, Ty. Don't do it. Well, did you regret it?
No, I didn't regret it. I ended up married.
Like real fast, right? So, like he said, we had a great weekend. So Saturday, Sunday, and you were going back because you had to go to work. I was going to stay in Virginia until Monday. But then I went to the graduation. When you left, I felt like I missed you.
I felt the same thing.
And I wanted to be with you again. So after the graduation, I called you. What did you say?
I told you to come up. I was going to get a room and I could leave and go to work from the room.
So we wasted money on one room in Virginia
Yeah.
because I was supposed to stay there.
Yeah.
And then I drive all the way to Delaware, 2 hours or 3 hours away,
Spent more money on hotel
to come and stay with you that night.
for a few hours.
But it was fun.
Yeah.
And I was glad I did that because I really did miss you. Like, I don't know why 2 days being with you made me feel like it was going to be a long time not to be with you. So I came back home. My life was different then because I knew me and the person were done because I was never going to, like, let them touch me again after that. So that was probably the catalyst for everything else happening. I got drunk, blacked out, went crazy. Hadn't done that in years. Called you crying on the phone.
Shit, here I'm out. A 2-hour flight away. I didn't. There was nothing, not much I could do.
But you did calm me down though. You and my son got me calm. We got past that situation. 2 weeks later, we flew to Atlanta.
We got married.
And in the process, but we were kind of working this thing out because we were planning this whole big extravagant wedding, and then we decided that we wanted to get married now because we didn't want to continue to have sex and not be married. We wanted to be right in God's eyes. So I remember thinking, because all the stuff that happened before, and we were so good and everything was so great. And I'm like, I remember sending you the link for the minister. And then I went to sleep. But before I went to sleep, I said, "Good night, Mr. Johnson." Right? When I woke up to a text message that said what?
That was a confirmation.
It was a confirmation, and you sent me a text.
I don't remember that either.
A text message?
You mean from me? Or?
Yeah, you sent me a text message with that receipt. You paid for the minister at night, while I was asleep.
Yeah.
And then you said, "Good morning." You said, "Good night, Miss Johnson," or something. That's what you said.
Okay.
So when I woke up, I had the text message, and I had the
Okay,
receipt.
but did you send me a text? That was my reply to the text?
Yes, I sent you, "Good night, Mr. Johnson."
Okay, right.
And you sent me the receipt for the minister being paid, and you said, "Good night, Miss Johnson." So when I woke up, that's what I saw. So I'm over here like, oh shit, because I didn't want to, make it seem like I was pushing, and then you just did what you did. You hooked it up. So then you came to Atlanta, you and your best friend. I was nervous then too, could you tell?
Probably. I at least know that, yeah, because it was like I said, everything was so awful.
And me and you were so childish, like, how old are we, and we still act all giddy with each other. So, okay, you come, we're getting married on a Saturday. What day did you come? We didn't have much time, though, is the issue.
I think I came on like Thursday, Wednesday,
Yeah,
Thursday.
but we had no time. Like, I think the first day we probably spent, getting everything together. But this whole entire time, I'm like so nervous. Because remember, I started drinking. I mean, and I don't know why, because I love you and I wanted to make sure, but I was so scared.
Being fast, trying to change like a lot of unknown things.
Yeah, shit was moving pretty damn fast.
Yeah.
There was a lot going on.
And besides, we hadn't dealt with each other outside of our friendship.
At all. And now we're about to be married. And married. That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a commitment. But that's the only thing that we've never done before.
Right.
We've done everything else. So we got married, and it was the best day ever. And in my mind, it was like, I wouldn't change a thing about it, because it was like the fairy tale, whimsical. I had my little flower headband on, and it was so nice. Way different, because I have a dress that we spend thousands of dollars on, and we're out by the pool where I wanted to be, and it was very nature-like, and it was the best thing ever. It was like such damn magic. Both you and I had a lot of magic surrounding our relationship, because do you remember that day when I was so nervous and I was drinking, and I was like, I felt like, you know how the Disney movies are when you have the princess or you have the king, and then they get married to the other person, and then all of a sudden it's like a whole whirlwind and everything just changes, like, the Beauty and the Beast or something, like, because that was our theme also. You gave me the Beauty and the Beast friend. Because we've been like that for forever. You have the Beauty and the Beast on your arm. That's the tattoo. That's been us for forever. So it's like, having this whole thing going on in my brain, like, because I don't even know how you got here. Like, how did we go from friends, best friends, to now we reside in the same place? We weren't even having those conversations. And everything just snapped right together. Like a time warp opened up and you just landed in my bed. That sounds crazy. So, but we had this thing for forever. So the other day I ended up finding some poems that I wrote for you. Remember when back in the day I would just set up and write stuff, and I'm trying to be funny when I'm doing some of these things because he would always say things that I thought was not true. It would just be little slick shit because he has a little sarcastic ass mouth. What's that laugh about, you know? Whatever. So we ended up finding the poems that I was writing from back in the day. Want me to do one of them? Let's see. And do you remember these poems?
Oh, some of the old?
Yeah, that I would write for you.
They definitely are familiar to me. I remember reading them.
Okay, so we ended up finding them the other day, and I read those to you. So how did those make you feel?
First off, some of them make me feel the word nostalgic.
Yes.
They definitely give me that feel. Because they take me back so fast. And they start giving me, just thoughts that I haven't had in a long time. And so, that's usually what happens. But all makes me feel good.
Right.
They're good feelings that I basically forgotten about. Yeah.
Right, because I'm the same exact way. Like, even though I knew I had written these things, like, just to see them now is kind of funny because you see yourself, like, I write our life, or I have written our life in such a way that it's like being able to kind of follow a map of some kind. Is that what it seems like?
Right.
So then when I'm finding, because I wrote you when you stopped talking to me, I wrote you a poem telling you about how I missed you, right? And you had never heard this poem before because I wrote it during a time when you and I were not talking, but I also wrote it during a time when that probably would have been a little more vulnerable than I would like to have been with my friend that I'm not sleeping with. So you got to hear that for the first time. How was that?
That's different. That tells me things that I probably didn't know. Because, it never dawned on me that you had any feeling behind that.
Yeah, I totally didn't appreciate it, but, I ended up just writing it out like I normally do. So I want to go over, and if you are just hearing this podcast and you didn't hear the last one, you should go back and listen to the last one because I started doing some inserts from the actual book that we're doing. This is a kind of like my thoughts and my process, but it's a thing that we are doing kind of together because in the end, some of the words or some of the things that you'll see actually are coming from, his point of view when you see some of the actual poems. But this is part of what I want to say. Because now you know that everybody knows that I do some of the tarot, and this was a gift that I just came into. And I didn't know I was going to be good at that. I just decided that I was attracted to that. You and I talk about a lot of things. We talk about, magic. We talk about just the energies that go on in the world. We talk about, what else? Lots of things. Spirituality, religions.
Did you say magic?
I did say magic. Magic is one of my favorites. So as I am now learning that I kind of manifested some things without even knowing, because not realizing that playing around writing some of these poems, I kind of put some things out into the universe jokingly that turned into a real thing, right?
Definitely.
So I decided that the other day, since I did that and didn't realize it, now I can intentionally write our life and manifest it out.
Yeah.
And maybe give it a little magic that we want to have, like kind of point it in the right direction. So one of the things that we decided to do is, and if you follow my tarot channel and you listen, you'll start to realize that some of the things that I'm telling you, even in the story of our life, have something to do with tarot. So I'm writing my story, but I'm also giving you guys something that you can kind of follow inside of this format. Because, hold on, let me just read some of it so you can hear it.
I got a question.
Yes.
Is it tarot or what?
It's however it's potato or potato, tomato or tomato.
All right.
Which way you want to say it?
I didn't know because I hear you saying tarot.
I don't like that though.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I like tarot.
I like the way tarot sounds.
Okay.
But if tarot is correct.
Tomato, tomato.
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, we're here for everything. So, one of the cards we chose was the Magician. So, through the eyes of magic, the universe and above, we were bonded in heaven. We sealed it with love. I married the man, not living in sin, my soulmate, my best friend, my magical twin. So as you're hearing that statement, that's actually coming from the Magician. So I used the Magician to kind of input what we wanted into life. Next was the Nine of Cups, one of the things we choose. I'm not going to tell you all our cards because you need to pick your own. But we chose 10, and this is how I intertwined them into our life. We're also going to go to the Book of Psalms because you think the Book of Psalms is what?
A book of spells.
So this is how I come up with my magic, my manifesting. And this, even though I accidentally did it back in the day, jokingly playing with him, not realizing I tied us together, and maybe our life would have been different if I had. I mean, I don't want to change a thing. I wouldn't change a thing because I felt like, okay, so I'll go to one excerpt, like that way you'll kind of get it. So this is part of, you'll hear this later because I'm still processing. I'm gonna, go through the whole book for you guys, and then that way you can kind of get a whole understanding. But I'm gonna give you this. I'm a magical being. It's in my bloodline. Manifesting so early. I want him. He's mine. I remembered his face. I claimed him. Spells casted. Unintentional, but intentful. 4 years it lasted. That's like when I first saw him. I saw him when I was 14 years old. He was across the street. And that was the story that he was telling you from the beginning. And at this point in time, I'm going to have to close this podcast out. If you would like to hear anything else or continue on with the book, come on back because I'm at my hour. And so I would like to go into it more, but this is where it's about to end.
Next time.
Next time. Voice of an angel sings me to sleep. Gentle demeanor, beautiful physique. Energy of a goddess, a bit of mystique. One of a kind, that makes her unique. Damn, I love her. This girl got me weak. In love with her accent and the way that she speaks. Can't wait till I meet her. Been chatting for weeks. Perfecting her music and my writing technique. Two heads together. We write, then we tweak. Chosen in life, higher knowledge we seek. Creative energy, divine destiny, more than amazing. To us blessed be. Follow the path, as we sow shall we reap. Information unlocked, we take imaginative leaps. Manifesting together, forever growth, major keys. Abundance in life, prosperity and peace. And planting new light codes. With every seed, we got what we came for. The mission's complete. Minded with Spirit Light Worker 1111, aka your girl TJ. And today we have a few special guests. Can you guys introduce yourself?
Ramir, RJ.
We have another guest, and they've disappeared. They'll introduce themselves when they come back. So today on our podcast, we're just going to discuss random things. Like, we're just going to, chop it up with each other. We're going to talk about spirituality. We're going to talk about the zodiacs. We're going to talk about, just today, society today, dating, and all the things that go on. So, Romir, how old are you? Do you mind me asking? 23. RJ, how old are you? 20. Okay, and so at this day and time, are you guys very religious? Do you go to church? Or are you like, how do you guys get your woosah on? Who do you talk to? Do you believe in God, first of all?
Yes.
Let's ask that question.
Yes, I do, and I don't want to sound like I have questions about it, but I do have some questions about Bibles.
Okay. Ramir, how about you? So we can talk about, what some things that are written in the Bible. We actually have a Bible present, so we can look up some things if we like. So
Yeah, I
Ramir,
believe in God, and I don't question Him at all, because I know sometimes things happen, and then it gets better after the event or situation happened. So I do believe there is a God, and I have certain questions when it comes to like a certain situation or an event or people in general. Like, why do we have to go through bad instead of going through the good first, and then see if we do the good, how bad it gets throughout the good?
okay, those are good questions. Okay, our other guest has stepped into the room. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Oh, hi, you guys. I'm Victoria.
You gotta speak up.
Hey, I'm Victoria in the phone. What we talking about again?
Hold on, we get ready to get into it. We just,
I thought I missed something.
and we also have another guest that has stepped into the room. AJ, you're here. AJ already did his interview today, so he's decided that he wants to try to back out, but that's not what we're doing. So, we already discussed you, AJ, believe in God. Do you believe in God, Victoria? Okay.
I have a question when it comes to the devil, but I don't really know what's about it. I haven't really just, there has been that I've looked into.
Okay, what is your question about the devil?
Like, that's not really a question. I just, sometimes I don't think it's like he could be real because, he has to be defeated in some kind of way.
But you believe in God.
Yeah,
That's
but
why I say it just
that's
comes.
why I said if you believe in God, God believe in the devil, because he was once an angel of God, and he was the one that was serving God, and he did what he did, and he was thrown back into heaven to what he did. So that's like saying there's no heaven. So if there's no hell, how could there be a heaven?
So it's like the opposite of each one. So you have the good, you have to have the bad.
Exactly.
Like when God said, "Let there be light," so that means that there was darkness before there was light. Is that correct? Okay. So as far as your question about the devil, so even you believe in God, but you can't see God. You can't talk. Well, you can talk to God, but you can't see God. So how do you know that God is real?
I feel like when it comes to things like this, like, we don't just end up here. Like,
Yeah, because you have to talk about it to somebody, and then sometimes another person is not who you want to talk to. So you just sit there, you just start, you probably in your head talking like this, to yourself talking.
Right.
So you talking to somebody's listening.
But you can feel them, is what you're saying.
Yes, basically.
Right. So it's like a.
But I'm saying pretty much like, we were created some type of way. Like, we don't just randomly be put, in a situation where, we got all this random stuff like sustainable life. You got a big planet.
So you're saying there had to be something that was
something
here
about
before how we got put
life
here.
that honestly we can't figure out. And there was this one brother trying to tell me that, like, argue with me, talking about some science is what brought us here, and all the atoms came together and made human beings. Like,
Evolution.
exactly, evolution. So then I also argued with him that, I don't know if y'all know in the Bible, if I read it in the Bible, where they, it was a husband and wife, and she had like a kid, and he told her not to look back, and she looked back, and she started to
That's the story of Sodom and Gomorrah when God just
Yeah. So and then I believe that this guy and there's a history behind God because if you
I think his name was Lot. Was that Lot?
I can't remember
I'm not
the story.
Well,
I'm not
that's why I
sure.
believe it because if there was no proof of that, why is her body there in the floor? So if you control a piece of her body, it's gonna go bad. So
Okay.
and so doesn't just go out of nowhere, does it?
I feel like even with that stuff like swords in the Bible, how far can we really go into really believing a lot of it because it's always been rewritten centuries, decades over time, and how are we to know that any of this stuff is really what's been really happening, like what's put in there that's
And that's the way it's not
Okay, good question. What would you like to say?
Earlier when I said I believe in God, that was a little bit probably misleading because actually I don't believe in God in the form at least of a person. Yeah.
So it's a
God
spiritual being.
God is more like an energy to me. God is more like an energy that flows through
You can
everything.
feel it. Yeah, you know
Everything.
when he's doing something. You know when he's working in your face.
Exactly, because stuff happens
Stuff
that you
happens in
know
certain
you
ways.
wouldn't be able to do.
You just be like,
So you said earlier, Ramir, that you have questions about God and why does He allow bad things to happen? So what was your question pertaining to
Like,
that?
why should we have to go through like either a bad situation first before it gets good, and why we go through a good situation something end up being bad right afterwards? Like why does it continue to like domino effect
So-
go back and forth?
If you think that He should just let everybody just be good and
you know what I think what he's trying to say is, you know how you can start off something and it be good, and then it go from good to bad, or you can start off something
Like
bad,
say-
maybe, and then it end out good. He's asking why it doesn't have to be
Or
about
like
it just be
say
one or the other.
with a job, right? So how you get a good job and then obviously you just lose out of nowhere and you was doing so good. No questions asked about what you did wrong or how it like with my situation. I had a good job, but then out of nowhere it just said, oh boom, you're fired. Nothing. I didn't do nothing. I didn't do anything or say anything. So I came into work like any regular person would do. Came inside there. I worked for like 2 hours. I'm in the office. You're fired.
But what if there's something that God has in store for you that's bigger and better, and although you don't see it, then you'll see it later, but at this point in time, it feels bad. But if you buck up and you get like your dream job, would you think it was a bad situation, or would you look at it as if God moved me from here? Because what if you being at work all the time on your schedule, you wouldn't be in the place to now obtain this other job. So sometimes we look at things as a bad situation, but we should always look at where the silver lining is. So sometimes things feel bad, but it's all on your perspective. Your perspective of the situation is different from when you got that better job. So I don't think it's that He allows you to, be hurt or anything, because God wants the best for you. And also, part of like human nature is, I was reading something one time and it was saying that the best and worst thing about us, like the best thing that God has ever given us and the worst thing that God could give us is free will. Because you have free will to do anything.
And He also promised not to flood the world again. So
Right, and God knows what you're going to do before you actually even do it. So even though you're down here and you think you're very minute to Him, no. It says that He already knows everything that you're going to do. He knew you before you were born. He placed you here. The parents that you have are your parents for a reason. You're supposed to learn something. So as you get older, and this is one thing that Aaron and me have been talking about a lot, like teaching younger generations, like the steps a little bit faster. Like if y'all could realize the best thing that you have right now on your side is your youth. Your youth is the best thing you have right now. Because how old are you? 19. You're 20. 23. You're 20. Right now, you should be doing everything. Like Kevin Gates, I don't get tired. Literally, I don't get tired. Y'all should be trying to build everything. Like even if you start 9 different jobs and you fail at 3, guess what? You still got these other ones that you can go ahead and build upon. So y'all should really and I know that sounds crazy, but listen. At this point in time, hustle, hustle, hustle. do everything, whatever your mind says that you could do or you want to do, try it. Don't talk yourself out of shit. Because also along with your youth, you have fearlessness. When you get older, part of life, because you start to see your parents or people around you, their bodies start breaking down, or just their mind starts to do certain things to them. So right now, y'all are holding on to keys, literal, real keys that unlock doors to your life later. So, does that make sense to you? Yeah.
And that's also another reason why I'm trying to move down here, so I can get a better job, because I know that we're paying jobs down here. But my mom is, me being me and how my mama's boy, it's like I want her to stay around and she wants me to stay around my little brother. But I also told her that it's not about me being old enough to be in her house. It's always me wanting to do my own stuff, to get my own stuff.
And you should want your own stuff.
Myself, but having to sit here and say, oh, my mom did it for me. Or, hey, my credit's not good enough.
Your mom can't live your life for you.
Yeah, I told her that, but she's like, oh, well, how you gonna live by yourself because you need a good paying job? It's like, mine, it starts off small. I don't want a big house right now. I want a small apartment where I can say, okay, it's the minimum rate for rent. Then go ahead and get that. My job will equal to my rent. I'm not gonna say, oh, if I was working 9 to 5, it's paying me only $9 an hour. I'm not gonna sit there and try to find the most expensive rent out there to live at to be.
That makes sense.
Trying to save paycheck to paycheck. So I'm just like, I already have my life set for me, and I want to do.
But then when I went to school, I haven't got more stuff because I have been working for that anyway. I had a job as soon as I quit football season. I got a job in the working everything.
Right.
And I had a car already, so it wasn't hard for me to get around. My dad had already had me a car. So I was just moving around, I got my own apartment. And then I came out here because I felt like it was a bad situation, and I wanted to get into modeling. So that's why I really came out here. And she said she know people.
Right.
So before I even came out here or whatever, I had called out here, I was getting a job, and like when I called, they told me I had orientation on that Monday, and if I could make it, they was gonna give me a job. That's when I came down here and I started working on Friday at Walmart distribution.
So you want to be a model? What do you do like as far as?
Something in there,
Okay.
real quick, on that time thing. I don't mean to get boring or anything, but also compound interest. If y'all save your money and invest your
I
money,
was getting ready to go there, babe.
time will make that
Yeah,
money
and that's
grow
one
for you.
thing. See, now because I went down there, I didn't have a picture of a car. So a drunk person in my car, and my partner told me I was going to get in the car. And then I have family out here, so they were going to help me also. So they were going to do something that they do.
Right.
Yeah, but y'all gotta start saving your money right now.
I've been doing, I lost my job. Like, from right now, we wanted the same expedite situation where I see that I thought I was going to get $1,000 for my check. I got $1,500 for my check.
Okay.
So,
That's
from
why I
that,
said good.
so from that, I simply said, you know what, since I lost my job, there's no point in me trying to splurge on this. Let me go ahead and hold on to it and spend little by little. That's why I be going out that much or spending money, because I'm like,
That's good.
it's set right there to a point where it's going to go ahead and...
Speak life though.
I don't care if
Speak
you
life.
get to the point where you can save $5 a month, right?
I'm broke.
Stop saying that.
Once you save that up,
Be mindful. Be mindful.
do y'all know what mutual funds are?
Although you're saying what you're saying, so we have to find a better way to say it.
That's all you need, really.
Speak life.
And yeah,
No,
This is the thing.
When you speak negative energy, you get nothing out of that. It's sort of
Even while you're going through your struggle right now, sometimes you have to trust your struggle. Your struggle is because God is trying to teach you something. And this is the other thing. While he's telling you that, because that's important. Your saving is important. But just remember that, and this is another thing. And this is about to be a jewel for y'all, and y'all can remember and write it down, because y'all gonna see this shit, and then y'all gonna be like, she told me, and I really thought she was crazy. Your life is gonna continue to go in cycles, okay? Because every cycle, you level up, or you fail, and you do that cycle again.
And you learn your lesson. So.
Some people don't learn their lesson. And literally, some people keep going through the same cycle over and over and over again. And y'all don't catch it, so I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to skip y'all a step. It's a cycle. Everything is a cycle. So where you're going through right now, it don't feel so good, does it? But you were fine before, right? Okay then, cycle. So remember that apparently something that you did in your previous cycle, you failed. Okay? So sorry to put it to y'all like that. It's like school, but this is real life.
That makes much more. That makes way more.
See what I'm saying? And you ain't have to wait till you got 40 to get it, okay? How about that?
sense.
So, I'm telling y'all right now, we about to jump y'all up a couple levels already, because you're not supposed to get this until you get on your ass and everything else. Meaning, normally, something has to take your head off for you to get it. Something still might have to take your head off for you to get it. You might just not be getting it. So this conversation might not do nothing for you, and tomorrow you go out and do the same bullshit that you've been doing the whole entire time. But at some point in time, when you finally are down rock bottom, you're going to say, fuck, she told me.
Yeah, that's the crazy.
And you're going to remember every fucking word I told you right now. You could have ate it right now, but instead you wait 5, 10 years and you eat it then, and then you're going to be mad as fuck because I just told you,
Right.
I jumped you some levels.
For you ahead of you, put a plate.
I just put you in a place where now you can pay attention. Now you can start your karma right. You know what I tell you all the time, RJ. So be mindful of some of these things. Focus on your credit. Fuck going
I've
out.
been doing.
Because guess
That's
what?
what I've been doing too, my credit.
That's what I've been doing. Like my credit score jumped like last month, 54 points last month. So now I'm almost by the way. I'm right now I'm at 650. So now I'm trying to up that 700.
Most of the time, by y'all age right now, this is where they start fucking up y'all credit. They start giving you shit that you don't fucking need. And guess what? Half of y'all have not been taught to fucking manage no money, no bank account, no life, no nothing. Because as all y'all just said, your mama's boys. Because guess what? My mama and my daddy ain't buy me no motherfucking car. You got a car, you got a car, you got a car. I heard you say your mom and daddy bought one. I know your mom and daddy bought one. I know your mom and daddy bought one.
Sure did.
Dude, where you bought a car, sir, Mr. Johnson? I wasn't bought no motherfucking car.
It's a different era. Like,
Air my ass, air my ass. No, it's not no air my ass. It's not no different air. It's not no different air.
Think about it. It's really a different time. Like things that y'all
Why?
had
Because now
back
you
then
feel like you're
are
supposed
way
to get a car
No,
for
it's
your
not.
mouth?
We don't feel like we're supposed to, but it's like
I mean,
to really even do anything. How can you even get around or like try to even,
Figure it the
figure
fuck
your life
out. Guess
No,
what?
you
you
My
could be
mom.
on Uber right
No,
now.
at first I had
You
to
could
rock
be
the
calling
bus.
Uber. You need to go
Hello,
to the
high
store right
five.
At first I had to
Or
rock the
calling
bus.
your friends.
I still have a breeze car.
Let me let y'all know.
I have to rock the
What
bus.
kind of car did you get?
I have a
What
breeze
kind of car did you
now
get?
just in case I have to rock the bus.
What kind of car did you get though when you first got a car?
Car or Toyota Corolla?
See what I'm saying? Toyota Corolla. That's a good car.
And mine was XRL when you had.
And with hello, high five. That was a good one. Hello. What you got? What did you get?
That little Range Rover.
Okay, so
Range Rover. Get the fuck out of here.
listen. Either way, let me tell you,
It's
my
different,
mom
that
wasn't
shit.
buying no car. My friends had to take us places, and when my friends even, we rode in a car one time that I promise you had no back, no bottom, like you know the Flintstones, like you stick your feet, like literally if you fucked up and stuck your foot, you could take off a leg, okay?
Oh my God.
So I don't know what y'all are talking about. You hear this shit? They being bought cars, and they being bought good cars.
So how did it
No,
move?
not we supposed
And nothing was wrong with the engine.
Our parents are more in the
It wasn't
position
my
to
car. It
help
was
us,
one of my friends' cars. Their mom's car. That's what they had.
Yeah, but it's
So-
Back then it was different.
And I think it rusted out. The bottom rusted out, so there was a hole at the bottom of the floor.
Somebody gonna be
So-
telling you back then it was different.
Yes.
But you
You
see
see what I'm
now, if I was to have kids, I would make sure that they always have a car. So I've had a car. I know exactly how it feels to have a car.
Okay, well, I've been on both sides of that, and I'm not really sure. I've been on both sides of that, and I'm not really sure yet. Why? Because, I mean, you have been on both sides of that. And so I'm going to say I'm not really sure because, on one hand, it's good for the kids to have a car because then you don't got to do some shit that basically you don't want to do, take them nowhere, this, that, and third. On the other hand,
Like pay your own insurance, right?
Yeah, like,
as
you're
long as
not acting like you're entitled to like, oh, I
So
need a
if I
car.
can
Like,
just
you
give
need
it
to
to
buy
you,
a
I feel
car.
like as long as
Because
you
can
work
have
for it
that
and I see you trying to work for it, I'll help you.
okay, well, on the other hand, all of y'all sound very spoiled, okay? So I don't know if anybody worked before they got any of these cars or anything. It just seems like y'all were probably just...
That's my point. I'm not saying.
Gabbing.
The point is, I'm not saying you shouldn't be.
But
like,
also,
oh,
on the
I
other
need a
hand, when you
car,
put
but
kids
don't
on your
need a
shit,
car,
it starts to
Plus,
drain
y'all
you.
not-
One, then it's
They
different.
get
But-
nasty.
Plus, y'all
Accidents.
obviously are in a different class because everybody don't just get a car.
At all. That's what what I'm trying to
I
tell
feel like
y'all.
even with me, since,
You know what I'm
like I've been driving, I've always had
If
a
you
car.
got a
I feel like
car,
I've always
you
been
lucky.
more mature.
Yes, you're very lucky.
If
Y'all
your
are very
parents-
blessed.
If your parents
Y'all
got
are
you a
very
car.
blessed that
'Cause
y'all did
nobody
that.
got me no car.
So that's
It
what I'm
was like-
telling y'all. Y'all got a head start that y'all are
Yeah,
not paying
shit.
attention to, or I hope y'all are paying attention
I
to.
am.
So
we
now
had
that
nice
you're
shit,
doing
but we had
that-
to get it ourselves.
Hello, you know.
Yeah.
So
My mom always told me she wanted me to live a life that she never had. So
that's
she was-
right. That's what we want for y'all. That's exactly what we
Yeah.
want. That's what all parents want for their kids.
But they
But
do
for
say
some reason, the kids be fucking up.
they do say that cripples you in some way sometimes too, because you now don't get the practice that you need, that you're going to.
Yes.
My mom
Okay, so that was the next thing. So
Yeah.
the next question was, do y'all read books?
I love to read books. I write like the online book, ebooks.
You don't read books? Audio book, like he said, you can listen to something, right? I don't like reading books either. I like audibles too. But guess what? I get busy with them. Okay? So let me give y'all a couple little jewels. I'm about to give them to y'all. The Audible app, Amazon does that good. But you can get the Audible app. What's the book that you like? The Millionaire Next Door?
That was one of the first ones that no. That just gave me statistics.
Okay, so which one did you like?
But
Okay, first of all, can you tell them about? Okay, yeah.
Napoleon Hill.
Okay, so what was that about?
Well, basically, he just breaks down the entire process, like, of achieving damn near anything you want to achieve. If you just follow it in steps like a workbook, you can pretty much do it.
Y'all should be writing these books down. I'm letting y'all,
and
like,
now
literally,
that-
y'all,
basically,
audiobooks, y'all can get
By the
them.
time I wrote these books,
I have
already-
Kindle.
yeah, that's on Kindle too.
Okay.
yeah, that's an old book, though.
It doesn't matter, it has good
What it's called?
It's Think and Grow Rich.
And then the one I told you the first time, The Millionaire Next Door, that's also a very good book, because what it teaches you is that when y'all go to these big old houses and these mansions and all this other stuff, right? Those are normally not the people who actually have millionaire status or really have money. They actually have done studies on this to where they have went to different neighborhoods, and the least likely neighborhood you would expect has more millionaires in it than the ones with the big
Basically,
ballin'
the
houses.
reason why it's called the Millionaire Next Door is because the person who lives right next door to you is the type of person that has at least $1 million net worth. Meaning, after he pay all his bills, he got $1 million cash money. That's it. That's the majority of millionaires in this world. The majority of people obviously don't have $50 million, $100 million, all that. But they may be millionaires. That's the largest population.
And what do you want to be?
And
Exactly. So wouldn't you want to follow the blueprint of a millionaire,
they
right?
and that book tells you things like what kind of cars they actually drive.
Yes.
Like it was a Grand Cherokee was the #1 vehicle.
And
That's the kind of car. Well, I just told him that's the kind
Yeah,
of
just
car.
I was always told that millionaires don't always
looking at
buy
that car
the
on
most expensive thing. They
But
want
they
to
give y'all the no
Yeah,
because
they
it's
rather
because
have
of what
the
y'all
assets.
see.
They
They give
don't
y'all the
want
wrong
this.
impression of what you see.
Yeah.
So-
Shiny shit is just
Yeah,
that.
and I've
You
been
see
telling
what
them
I'm
I want a Grand Cherokee.
Yeah, shiny shit.
I was
is
seeing,
just that.
I seen this article where it was talking about the like 50 million celebrities that you think drive nice cars don't really drive nice cars. Some girl was driving a 2006 Honda Odyssey. I'm like, so what?
Yeah.
So what? It's a car.
So another good book, guys, is The Broken Ladder. That was on Obama's list. That was for last year, 2018. What that book teaches you is, and it might also make you mad, but it tells you about the statistics on like people who live in urban areas. Like they have lists on like the girls getting pregnant. What's that? The Broken Ladder. Yes, that's what it is. That's the book. What does it say?
Working out of how inequalities affect the way we think, live, and die.
Yes, and it teaches you that if you live in the hood, only thing you have to do is literally take your kids out of the hood and move them somewhere else, and it gives them a different shot. It could be like on the other corner, like if it just changes the dynamics just a little bit, like say it's a little cleaner there, it's a little bit, just something, a slight change now affects the way you guys grow up. But they have done statistics on, like even putting people in situations, which seemed kind of fucked up to me a little bit that they would do that, but I guess to prove their little science thing, then this is what they did. So they took a family and moved them from an urban area and put them in a, city area or something. But either way, however they did it, they found the statistics of how they changed very drastically over a slight manipulation of their life. And it's kind of fucked up that they would do that to us. Because the people that they do that to us is normally us. What? Come back. Interview.
And then the example they did with the, I don't know, this was an old one, but this was one of the ones that I remember, where they took little kids and they took a piece of candy. It had to do with their ability to have patience to get the things that they want. They put their favorite candy on the table and told them, you can have the candy now, but if you wait for 2 hours before eating the candy, I'll give you another piece. So you get 2. So they were testing their patience. The children that waited for the second piece of candy, they went back and tracked their lives for like 20 years or something. And they turned out to be the most successful out of all the children because they had the ability to stick to the plan that was going to get them the reward down the road. And that becomes, yeah.
That's the hard part.
Yes, but it teaches you how to get
Yeah.
through it though. And it tells you, it even gives you a guide to teach you through it. So they're even telling you, they're breaking it down to the part where this is the problem. And this is how to fix the problem. But the majority of the time, like you said, who reads books? Who got time for that? I mean, some people do, but a lot of people don't. The people that it needs to affect are the ones that are not.
And like and
Is
don't
that-
get it twisted. I wasn't always this way, even though I did know you practice a lot of these things. I did it in the wrong way, but I was successful at that way.
Right, so nobody's not saying we didn't make mistakes.
Yeah, I did the wrong way. But another thing that they point out too is that basically society is tricking you all the time. Like when you go in the supermarket, you know that place is designed to get your money.
Yes.
And break down to the color of the packaging, down to the height of the it's designed to fuck with your mind and say, I need that. It's got gum right there at the counter right before you ready to pay your money. It's impulses that they know that they know how your brain works, so they just using it against you the whole time. That's your enemy. The commercials to make it. You know what I'm saying? What is the when they use the woman or whatever the sexy? What does that person have to do with a cheeseburger?
Right.
Why you got a girl in a bikini showing a cheeseburger? You know, the fuck does that got to do with how good the cheeseburger is? And when you buy the cheeseburger, it never looks like it looks on it. They actually take their time. If you've ever watched this, to see how
It's not even real
They
food.
put toothpicks in all that sometimes.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they go to great.
They squirt it just on the edges and all
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, that shit is crazy,
I'm
man.
watching, yeah.
That shit is crazy.
And they spray like they put the little charcoal like marks on it. They use permanent markers and stuff to make those little marks on it.
Right.
And in school, they told us, any of y'all go to college?
I am.
In college, I don't know if they teach you the same thing across the board or not, but they would teach us buyer beware. Before you go in your pocket, you got to think somebody is trying to get you. Because they are. They can make a house that never will fucking fall apart. They can make shit that never. You ever notice that shit will fall apart right at the end of the warranty?
Yep.
Sure does.
Like, how the fuck did they figure out? They know. When you go to the casino, that shit is all mathematics. One person got to win every so often to show everybody that somebody can win.
Okay, so now that y'all
And
know
then
that, right?
everybody's giving them money. It's a system. It's all based on science,
It's like a
math,
lottery.
all
Always
that
got
shit.
one-
Right, so now that y'all know that and hear that, how does that make you feel?
I would have gone to the casino. I'm sorry, I didn't have to say that. I would have gone to the
Yeah, that's
I'll
an
play
extreme
blackjack.
example, but I'm
You
just
know,
I
saying.
mean, but does that make you feel like, you know what I mean,
That's the
they're
lottery.
setting you up for
Yeah.
failure every time?
And I always wonder, like, why does the old white people always win lotteries and win? Like, why is never the black people always winning?
Well, I mean,
I
some
see
black
some
people
black
winning,
people winning.
black people
Money.
be winning the lottery.
Now-
But you ever watch the stories of the people that fucking win all that money and what happens to them after?
They blow it. They blow right there.
They don't know
Buy a bunch of
what
big
to do with that money. You would think if you get $500 million, you would never go broke again.
My first thing is savings.
But if you don't know
automatically.
$500 million,
Nobody want to spend the money.
Follow me.
I want to spend, hold on, how much you
Walk
can get?
to
Because I
bring
want to
this
spend
my
some
house.
money.
Bring it.
Well, listen.
$500 million, and they have to worst stories in life. Now they want to shoot themselves in the head because they fucked all that money up.
So what do you think
That
they
one
did
guy
wrong
did
though?
that. He already killed himself.
They just played it.
Yeah, some probably did, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. What do you think they did wrong?
They mismanaged the money. They
But if they were not used to that type of money, what else
well,
were
so
they going
nobody
to do?
taught them. Nobody
Right.
taught them. But they should have had at least the notion to seek out. Well, maybe that's what they do too, because now people prey on it when you got that kind of money.
Right.
So everybody might be coming in the form of help for you, but really they trying to get your money.
Okay,
so I don't
good.
know, but they just didn't know.
So now y'all know that,
I
right?
think it's how they come up. You gotta cut.
When is your
Yeah.
birthday?
April the 1st.
So you're what?
Aries.
Aries.
November 29th.
What?
Huh?
November 29th, and you're what?
Oh, Sagittarius.
Sagittarius. RJ,
July 6th.
you're what? Cancer. Okay, so can we have the astrology book for Aries? So Aries.
You're gonna relate this to.
Yes, we're gonna see. We're gonna see what type of people these are. So Aries. So pertaining to
Is
you.
everybody gonna be honest though when they tell you?
I'll be honest. I know. I'll be very honest.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, let's see what Aries are. Oh, Aries is first.
Why?
So Aries.
I'm just going first.
Do you know what your element is?
No, ma'am.
Fire.
Oh, yes, I know
That means you get very, very rowdy, huh? Okay, I'm a fire breather too. I get it.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
tend to yell.
February 19th, I'm a Pisces, but we are like
Okay.
Aren't you like a water sign?
I'm a water sign, but my Chinese zodiac is a dragon.
Okay.
So, and plus my insides will burn your ass down, like, you know
For
what I'm saying?
real. No, for real.
Don't let the Pisces fool you, okay?
Yeah, because
All right.
I
So-
just hate going there because afterwards I just get to feeling bad because I knew I didn't. So I just try to stay away from there.
Let's see about Aries. So what do you know about your sign?
I'm Aries. Yeah.
So, because there's like things that they say are like typical traits. It says, grant me patience now. So are you a patient person?
Definitely not at all. That's why I say it's the patient part for me. I just.
Well, that's what it's saying that you need. It says that you delight to tell in great detail exactly what you think about things. So are you that way? Do you like to express how you feel about, like, when you're talking about stuff? Do you like to express exactly how you feel about, like,
Yeah,
or do you go down to the
exactly.
little minute details?
Yeah, so you can understand the whole thing. All the.
It says, as an Aries person, you gravitate toward the center of action. Are you that type of person?
I don't think so. I don't really.
Do you like getting your own way?
Certainly.
Do you like getting your own way? Like, are you a selfish type of person?
Definitely.
Okay. So, it sounds like you might be a true Aries, right? So, it says your lucky day is Tuesday. Your lucky numbers are 1 and 9. So, when we're done, you can actually read this book because I want to go through it for each person and just give them slight things. This book is the only astrology book you'll ever need. So, I'll let you look at your sign when we're done. And then that way you can kind of go through it and see it. This book actually tells you who you're compatible with and why you're compatible with these people. But the only thing about this is, RJ, you're Cancer, you said? Okay, so Cancer, and who would you think your best sign would be to be with? Or do you even worry about signs when y'all are dating?
Not really, but I don't think I have a good sign.
Okay, well, you may and you may not, because even though Aaron is a Gemini and I'm a Pisces, it says that we're not compatible.
That's why I say some stuff I believe.
But it does say we are very much compatible, though. So it says,
Some
like,
people say they go against that because,
Because
and they'll list certain reasons, and those reasons happen to actually be true.
I feel like maybe because if they actually go through the type of situation, they can get through it and it's good to come out, and then maybe it'll work out. But sometimes it don't always work like that. Sometimes it always. People probably have a better opinion.
true though about us, which is funny.
Okay,
'Cause I
so
don't tend to try to believe in shit like this. But yeah.
RJ, you're Cancer, right? So do you like being at home around your family and, you know, just sometimes to yourself?
Definitely like being home to myself.
Are you very moody?
I definitely can be moody. Like, my mood can be changing from like 0 to 100.
Real quick.
Yeah, and I could be fine 1 second, and then mean the next, and I be like, oh, what's up? And then you're like, oh, you was just mad. Like, how you happy?
Okay. You're a water sign. Your dominant keywords are I feel. So it seems like you feel very deeply about stuff, and you know.
I feel like.
I feel that.
I feel like that's it right there. I feel like that's where he started. I feel like.
Yeah. So let me see what else. Your metal is silver, so you would be very attracted to silver stuff, RJ. Like that would help you in your energy. And you're Sagittarius. Okay, so let's find Sagittarius. So do you see what I'm saying about this book? This book actually has a lot of stuff in it that you guys, and it'll tell you what your sun, moon, and all the other stuff that they want to tell you about. It tells you like well, there's also a birth chart on one of my pages too. So you can go in there. It's the YouTube page. It has a birth chart on it. You can go in there and it'll tell you like, if you know what time you were born, it'll tell you what position the sun was in, and what position like just from even the location of the hospital at from down to the minute if you know what time. But if you don't, then it'll give you some type of what does it do? If you don't know, then it gives you just like a close type something.
If you want to get
Mine's
specific,
mine's
you want
10
more
10.
information.
Okay, well if you know, then yeah, you can put it in, and then it'll give you all that information too, and then that way you can go look up like if y'all look up zodiac signs and all of that stuff, then yeah, it will let you know
I
like.
got this app on my phone. It's called it's called CoStar. You heard that?
No, what is that?
The astrology app. It's like for each day. It tells you what you need to do, your goals for that day.
Okay, so can I ask y'all a question? So this is how I was relating. It went to from like the things that y'all are learning as far as, you know, just becoming adults. And now just, I went into this only to just kind of get it to tie to like even then your love life or just, you know, your relationship status. Because these are all things that you have to deal with. It's like you're dealing with everything all at once, so this is why it's like a cycle. Because at any given time in your life, you could be dealing with your money situation, you could be dealing with a relationship situation, you could be dealing with a family situation, and you could be dealing with all these things all at one time. So now you have to learn to control your mind for it not to replay or rewind. Like if you're home with your family, they don't need your work shit. Like you can come home to your significant other and talk to them about, you know, how your work day was or whatever. But if you're going crazy or you just need a time to think or something, then maybe you should kind of chill and just enjoy the moment. So it's like trying to teach you to, when you're at work, be at work, live in that moment. When you're at home, be at home, live in that moment. Because another thing that's going to happen to y'all, and maybe we can stop this process too, but I don't know. I'm going to give it to y'all anyway. Is that pretty soon you're going to become very high strung over life. Because when you live on your own or when you do certain things, it's like you're dealing with 56 things and you have emotions about all these things. Right? And then your body starts to fucking betray you. Okay? Your body starts to say, you're in panic mode or you're in this mode over every little thing. When you're okay, you're fine. You just have to learn to live in each moment. Stop trying to tie them all together. So when you're hanging out, hang out and have fun. Live your best life. When you at work, do your fucking job. Focus on your work. When you're in your love life, be in your love life. Does that make sense? Or was that right?
Yeah, I guess what she's saying is don't worry about work while you're supposed to be at home. You know, being at home because what that does is it cheapens every experience. Like,
Living in the present moment.
yeah, you can't have a good time because you worry that you got to pay a bill on Friday, you worry that you got a test coming up. So, yeah, I guess that's something.
Because it starts to make you really, really
Make-
worried about shit that really shouldn't be on your mind at that time. And it does something to your insides. I can't kind of explain really what it is, but
Statistically, we always go to the boring shit, like books and all that. I mean, like facts, statistics. That
he's a Gemini, so Geminis tend to do that.
Yeah.
They're very logical.
Yeah, so not just talking about that side of it, or that aspect of it. They're saying, well, it's the same thing. Over the last, I think they said, like recent years, anxiety, the cases of anxiety in people are going up like 30%. So that's a high rate because what's happening is society. I also saw these Harvard and Yale sociologists, psychologists talking, and they saying society creates its own ills. The things that they are putting on us, everybody, starts to make it, because it becomes a constant word. Sooner or later, you ain't gonna be 20 no more, you're gonna be handling everything, like she's saying. So now it's gonna create a different mindset. And they can even show that, like in studies and scans, your brain starts firing off in certain kinds of ways that are not conducive to you being happy.
Does that happen to you already? Because you're looking like you are already having like an epiphany, like you're already feeling it.
It even affects your health and your immune system.
So what is it doing to
your body to release stress chemicals.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? That are deteriorating your organs faster, you know, all that. You know, so it's crazy, but you gotta, like, it's a lot going on. And it does seem, that's scientific shit. That's not real.
Yeah, while you're talking, it seems like it's doing something to him. Like, that's why I'm looking at him. It's like he can feel exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, you have to look into it. I'm not an expert at it. I just.
So what's happening?
Yeah.
Like earlier when y'all was already talking about, like, I was picking up already because like it's just, I don't even know.
But you know you have to get some of that out of your brain,
But that's
right?
where the thing is. Now that's the thing. Because you have that time, if you start early, don't waste time and put additional pressure on yourself, then you can weather the storms a whole lot better.
Yes, because you're young, you can handle it now.
That's the thing.
The stress factor is not as big.
That's the thing your mom might be trying to tell you, but you won't listen.
Yes.
You're young. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta try to listen to it. Yeah.
It really can make me cringe up. Like it's the weirdest moment though. I just feel like I can be sitting in the car with you just be riding and I just cringe up because I know.
Yeah, because now you're starting to realize life is kicking in, and now you're not sheltered. You have to take care of yourself now, huh? Right. So the smartest thing for anybody.
That's some bullshit, right? I gotta get up tomorrow at 5 in the morning.
I'm so glad we just started this.
The other thing y'all should do is try to figure out how to do some type of online business because you need more than one job. So I don't know what y'all might want to do, figure it out, but there are things that y'all can design clothes. There's a couple things like that even Aaron showed me that you can design your own clothing line and you don't have to even bring the money. Like you can design it and set up shop and they'll sell your stuff and design your shit and ship it out for you. All you got to do is come up with something. But if you want to model, you're modeling. Come up with whatever you're going to do, even as far as that's concerned. But just try to do something else that kind of gets some type of, even if it starts off slow. You start it now, in 10 years, shit, it can be popping, huh? So, okay, so Sagittarius. It says you have the grass is always greener complex. Meaning it says the grass is always greener someplace else. And your restless, inquiring nature requires travel, excitement, and the unconventional Sagittarius is like you are always all over the place.
Sure am. Always in my car. So you never home. What you want to do is run the streets, be with your friends. Don't want to be in your bed, sleep. Come in at 6 o'clock in the morning. I don't know. Since I had that cry, I've not put it to rest at all. It's always running, sit around the clock.
It says you're hard to pin down emotionally.
Yeah, sometimes I get my emotions get the best of me. Sometimes I don't really like speak my emotions. Sometimes I'm also like to hold it in sometimes. So when I do get to that emotional point in my life, I like to broadcast it and be blunt about it. However I say it. You see people listen or not listen to me.
I think they're saying like you don't really express your feelings to people, like you're trying to. Okay. Okay, so your lucky numbers are 5 and 7, and your lucky day is Thursday. So y'all can look at this book if y'all want to, because it's like a lot of stuff that's in there, and that way y'all can go into that. So y'all are like what are they? The millennials, or what are they? What's their generation?
You can't mess with it.
I don't know.
I don't know. That's like.
What are y'all people?
Y'all like Gen Y or something?
I don't know. I'm denying none of that.
Well, when y'all find out who y'all people are,
Gen
but
X? Is it Gen X?
I don't know.
I think that's everybody after 2000.
Gen X. Oh,
Okay, so y'all generation is a little bit different. Like you said that earlier. So how do you think your generation is different?
I don't know. I was like more part of my youth generation. Like I feel like even all the younger kids, that's like retarded.
We do not condone that word on this station. What? Okay.
I think for our generation, there's a certain group. We're not as one group, we have a specific group that we're in. The matures, the ones that just want to be successful and whatnot. Like there's a group for everybody in this youth. Nobody's in that one group. I mean, we are all youth, or in the same generation, but not exactly the same generation. Cause like me when I was growing up, I always had the mindset of an adult. People around me had the immature mindset. Like, oh man, why do you act so grown? Or you too like. I'm like, listen, I'm getting older. I'm not getting any younger. They're like, oh, well you don't fit in because you always want to talk to like our mamas. I'm like, what you mean? It's like I'll go in the store with my friends. It was still lollipops. I'm like, why? It's only 50 cents. Like, well, why go ahead and buy one to be free? Well, what you mean? You want to get caught stealing?
So how else is it different in y'all generation?
I feel like people try to classify, especially like me, because I was born in '99. Me as like.
Well, we call it
the
2000.
younger generation.
We call it 2000.
But I feel like if anything, if it's 90s through 99, that should count as.
99
They always try to count as the 95 and up. Pretty much. 95, 96, 97, 98.
So even in y'all generation, y'all got a separation? What type of
like,
shit is this?
We like in the middle of the older people and the younger people. Like, we're literally the middle part.
So what does that mean?
Especially mine. So I'm 20 right now. I'm about to be 21 next year. So it's kind of like the people that were born in the 90s, like 1990s, they would. I don't know.
27 about 30.
That's the thing. We're on the younger spectrum versus they're on the older spectrum of the 90s. People want to classify us as the 2000s. We kind of part of that.
We still think that 99 people is not part of us.
If anything, we are more special because we have more nines than y'all do.
Oh God.
Exactly.
I'm confused. Okay. So how's it dating in y'all generation?
Trash.
Okay.
Sometimes it be
It has moments where
a lot of manipulation and people are. I don't know. I don't feel like people are dating anymore in the sense of being in relationships. People are just doing relationship things with people. They don't want to be necessarily tied down or in a relationship. Like they want to still talk to other people, but still like have somebody that they can come to.
So they don't want to be monogamous.
Nope. You want to be out here?
I feel like sometimes people can be afraid of commitment though.
Why?
It's hard.
Why?
It's hard to be committed.
Because some people just be running.
This is how I see it.
I understand because it's like, man, no.
This is how I see it. You don't want to be committed or tied down or whatnot, or want to be like fully inside it. Just don't waste your time with that person's time. You sitting there trying to build this, but it's not going nowhere. And then when you build that, you fall for it because you hurt that person's heart. And they can't trust somebody else for the next person, so it's like you already hurt that.
That's why I say I understand.
So is it about being honest from the beginning?
This generation, they're honest about
That's something
being honest.
dangerous too, though.
No, I feel like people get in a relationship and don't realize that it takes a lot to be in a relationship. Like,
That could do a lot for one person.
It does take a lot to be in a relationship. It's
But
a
there's
word.
one thing about being vulnerable and knowing how to go around and being vulnerable. Because you could be honest and still say, you know what? but it's not gonna work right now. Maybe down the road it's gonna work. But don't say, oh, you know what, I'm ready for this, and then y'all get like 2-3 months in a relationship, y'all cheating, or somebody's getting hurt in the end.
So
You
they
know
should
what I'm
talk about it from the beginning.
Yes,
Like if
right.
one person says they don't want to be in a relationship, then, but what if one person says they don't want to be in a relationship and then the person just acts like they don't understand?
Well, then, like everybody has their choice of what they want to do. If you gonna learn the lesson from the first one or the second one, third one. Like I just want to that keep doing this over and over again. They go back to the same boy.
I told you, cycles.
Yep, going to the same guy, crying all night. Her putting her stuff on and her kids on the streets and whatnot. And she's back, still back with him every single time. So like we gonna learn to actually love yourself and your kids. You have kids to take care of. You can't
Right.
be outside in the rain, it's cold, and you talking about something having some else in the house while you
Oh,
have
yeah.
kids. It's not okay. And like I think some of these guys in the generation, they see having a kid as being a bad thing. It's not. You lay down with that girl, she should go ahead and take care of that girl and that child.
Right.
But they see it as no, my boy's gonna think I'll be different. I can't go out. I got kids to take care of. I got my diapers and whatnot. But it's like you played with that girl, so why not stay with her? But I know that sometimes because girls out here be malicious, they be out here breaking condoms and whatnot, trying to get pregnant on purpose just to get a check or say, oh yeah, that's my baby by him. What's up? All drama and whatnot. But it's on both spectrums of both genders and both people at that time because they know what they're doing.
Right.
If you're grown up to live with somebody and have a child with somebody, not knowingly or having it just because you want to have a baby.
Right.
But at the same time, it's like they already know what they're putting themselves into and with the situation or how outcome. Okay, yeah, he got me pregnant. It's either I'm gonna abort this baby or take care of this baby, or he might leave me because I have this baby. I put him on child support type stuff. Like it's a lot of stuff that goes around having a child or having sex with somebody and being in a relationship.
I think that's like part of the story from the broken ladder. Like some of these things are part of those statistics. So I totally understand that.
Or they want to go ahead and bash the girl. Oh, I don't have babies for anywhere. I told you to go ahead and abort it. Like, why should the guy decide to have my abortion? Even though they don't be a father to that child. And as a female, it's your body. You already don't carry that child anyway. So why not? I mean, I understand like certain situations where if you're not fit for a baby, you can have that baby and give it up for adoption.
Right.
For a
But
child.
with that, why would you, like, some people don't want to give their baby away knowing that they have a child out there eventually going to know
But you're
that
taking also
I've
taking
been
life
given
from a
up for
child.
adoption.
Yeah, it's not
You taking life for it, but I feel like really it depends because who's to say that's really a life? Like,
I mean,
you would
it's
rather
really a
that
life.
child be born, but you would rather that child be born and then thrown into foster care and then be raped and all these other things that happen in foster care to have a terrible life when you could have prevented it and not have even had it in the first place.
I don't know if all children have a terrible life in foster kids.
But I've known a
care.
great deal of kids that do go through a lot of things. in
That is
foster care.
true. That is true.
Foster care isn't always as great as what it looks like.
Well,
And even then, like, who wants to grow up without two parents?
And I always thought about if
That's
my mom
already
aborted me,
said.
how would I feel like knowing? I was always told that the embryo are child inside something. They know what's happening. Even before they're even born or in an embryo, they already know their life ahead of them when they come out. So it's like that. You might not see life in that child, but that child does have life. It might not be beating his heart right now, but that child does have life. They had to get different.
so it's like God.
Yes, basically.
Okay.
He had that embryo before it got fertilized in that woman's body. She had eggs. So either her eggs not fertilized, it's still alive regardless. Because once they get fertilized, it's gonna be a person, right?
Right. So we'll just say that, I mean, that's kind of a messed up situation. But even with just the other dynamics of relationships, what other issues do you guys have, like as far as dating?
I don't know. I feel like just my relationships are more commitment.
Yeah.
Because people feel like, even like just being young, I feel like I know what I want. And I know that if I want to date somebody or I want to be with somebody, I'm obviously trying to build to be with this
Right.
person. So it's like 30 years from now, I want to be able to say like, oh, I've been with this person since I was 19 or 20
Right.
or 21, so and so. But people don't have that same complex. I don't feel like I should be in a relationship with anybody until.
So I just heard all y'all say commitment, but then 20 minutes ago I heard all y'all say fuck commitment.
I didn't say that.
Did they not say that?
No, we were saying that's what it was.
My thing is, I'm not
Oh.
in a relationship.
We were saying that's what it was.
Oh,
Right.
so y'all would want to be committed, not just
Yes, definitely.
okay.
And it's also more so not just commitment. It's about I want somebody that's gonna have a goal set for their life, not just be, oh, I want to
I want
have
somebody
nothing to themselves
I
or
really
and then,
want somebody-
when
Can I
get
tell
older,
y'all
I want
something?
a brand to my name. I want to have something to say that I can look. I think I do this for myself or my significant other, saying that we did this together.
Yeah.
Part of one of the things in is it the book that you're talking about? Is that the people who were very successful had one partner. They built with this person. So what y'all are saying is actually would benefit your life to find somebody to commit to, and now you and this person decide to build and manifest your life. It would make you very successful. But y'all are using the word, so I'm gonna just
Even
use
though I
it
know
too.
there's some people that-
Commitment. Everybody has to. Do you know what commitment is? Because people will say they want something,
It's something you want.
Yes.
You commit to getting it.
but people will use the word, but they don't know what commitment is. Because at the first sign of trouble, they cut and run. So commitment has to be the real thing, like not the whole fake. Oh, I think it's when it's good. Nah, commitment is when it's fucking hard too. Like we in the pit right now, struggling together, or not. It don't even have to be that deep, but that's commitment too.
And also with that, when they think of the bad things that happen with a relationship, they always like, oh nah, it's gonna hurt us in the long run because I always tell people, don't always think about just now. Think about the future. It could be something bigger
Yeah.
right now
Yeah.
that go ahead and be like not resolvable, but could be resolvable at that moment. And so now y'all let that little argument get to you guys. So now the big argument that's on us further down, mad at each other, throwing stuff at each other, trying to beat the house and whatnot, and then y'all split because it was guys didn't have the energy and whatnot for that.
But y'all know arguments can be. There's a positive way to argue because arguments actually set boundaries. Arguments help build relationships. It's when people fight dirty or people don't know how to argue is the problem. But arguments are helpful.
Well, my issue with arguing is that people say that I'm too blunt, when I curse a lot, and when I get upset, and they say.
So are you out of control?
I mean, I don't get like alright. So I can sit in this spot and argue right here across the bed.
Mhm.
Like my previous relationship, like before, you remember
Right.
how we used to argue every single day, and be in each other's face, arguing. This is like it was toxic. And the way his mom told me toxic, and I was like, how am I toxic? And your son's the one that's causing me to act up like this and pressure me to go ahead and say things that I don't want to say. And then when I say it, I'm the bad guy. So I always feel like that's why I put my feelings in sometimes of what I say. Because when I say it, I'm always the bad guy for saying it. Or I was about how the person would feel, or how the outcome of me saying that was going to happen. Oh, I might regret saying this. But honestly, I don't regret nothing I say because I'm saying it genuinely. I'm not saying hiding my emotions or my feelings. I'm just letting you know genuinely this is how I feel. So you need to accept that and let me know. Let me go ahead and vent to you about the situation and not see how you react. But I always get, oh, you're doing too much. You don't need to say that. And it's like, but what you mean?
Okay, so there's this book called, and I'm sorry to relate everything to a book, but that's how we doing it here. So there's a book called The 5 Love Languages, and it teaches you the love language of the person and the love language that you have. So it's like, what is your love language? Like, what do you need for a person to do for you to feel love? Like, say, yes. Okay, so give me 1 second. So this is episode 2, and we're gonna close it out now on Broad Minds. Okay.
Entwined Souls, The Fire and the Storm, Chapter 3, Crossroads of Destiny. Though Illyria and Cairo grew up in different lands, their lives collided on numerous occasions, as if the universe was weaving them together, yet keeping them apart at just the wrong moments. At the age of 12, Illyria had visited the magical forest near Cairo's homeland, where they had crossed paths unknowingly. Their energies brushed past each other like faint echoes. Illyria had been chasing the light of a rare firebird deep in the enchanted woods, while Cairo, caught in the tempest of his own creation, had been nearby perfecting his commands over the wind. Neither had seen the other, but the energy surrounding them had whispered of a connection neither was yet ready to understand. Years later, at 19, Illyria traveled to a distant city for a grand magical tournament, a rare event where the finest mages and elementalists
from across the realms gathered to showcase their talents. Cairo was there too, dazzling the crowd with his mastery of elemental forces, bending storms and lightning with a flick of his wrist. His name was on everybody's lips, his beauty and power capturing the admiration of the masses. Illyria, as strong-willed and independent as ever, competed fiercely in her own battles, her fire magic burning brighter than ever. That day, their paths nearly converged. Illyria felt a strange pull while watching the arena's events, as if an invisible thread tugged at her heart. She had locked eyes on Cairo's figure from across the stadium, feeling a familiarity that unsettled her. For a moment, she wondered if they had met before, in another life or a forgotten dream. But her instincts warned her to focus, and so she pushed the feeling aside, unwilling to be distracted by anything or anyone. Cairo, on the other hand, was swept up in the attention of others, easily distracted by the women surrounding him, craving admiration more than the deeper connection that lurked just out of reach. Though they were both powerful in their own right, there was a sense of incompletion in both of their hearts. Illyria's fire burned strong, but it lacked the balance of the storm she unknowingly sought. Cairo's command of the storm was vast, but the chaotic winds inside of him begged for the calming flame only she could provide. Yet as their fates intertwined, they remained blind to the connection that could fulfill them both. Destiny, however, was persistent. In the years that followed, Illyria and Cairo continued to cross paths in the most unexpected places. During a harvest festival in a small village nestled in the hills, Illyria and Cairo were both there, though neither realized it. Illyria had come to trade for rare herbs, while Cairo was visiting an old family friend. Though their paths brushed by each other, fate kept them apart, like pieces of a puzzle waiting to be solved. Then, during a stormy night in the mountains, their energies collided once more. Illyria had been sent to assist in a village plagued by a sudden influx of shadow creatures, using her fire to burn through the darkness. Cairo, unknowingly, had been called upon to defend the same village, summoned by the winds that spoke of an approaching storm. The night was chaotic, with magic crackling in the air, but amidst the battle, they each felt something, a surge of energy, as if the other's presence was close, but once again, it wasn't their time. Illyria focused on defeating the creatures, didn't notice the mysterious figure conjuring winds to shield the village. Cairo, too distracted by the swirling chaos, didn't see the fire-wielding warrior on the other side of the battlefield. As the years continued, Illyria and Cairo found themselves facing similar threats. A dark sorcerer who sought to drain magic from the elemental realms. They both fought against this force, unknowingly working towards the same goal. Their lives seemed intertwined by the challenges they faced, but they never truly connected. Each time they came close, there was always something or someone in the way. A twist of fate, a fleeting distraction, an unseen hand that kept them apart. But the universe has a way of forcing the hands of those destined to meet. One fateful evening, Illyria and Cairo found themselves drawn to the same place at the same exact time. A small, isolated town in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by a dense forest and a forgotten river. The town was quiet, almost eerie, as if waiting for something to happen. Both Illyria and Cairo had been guided there by forces they couldn't explain, feeling the same inexplicable pull that had followed them throughout their lives. It was here, in the forgotten town, that their fates would finally collide. As Illyria walked through the misty streets, the fire within her pulsing with a strange energy, Cairo arrived from the opposite direction, the wind stirring restlessly around him. Neither of them knew why they had been drawn to this place, but the moment their eyes met across the empty town square, everything changed. The air crackled with magic, Illyria's fire flared, and Cairo's storm swirled in response, as if the elements themselves recognized the bond that they had been waiting to ignite. In that instant, they both knew. This was no ordinary meeting. Their souls had crossed many times before, but this time there was no turning back. They were no longer wandering souls passing by. They were two halves of a whole, finally reunited after years of searching without knowing it. The storm and the flame had finally collided. This is the end of chapter 3. If you like this story, please like, comment, share, subscribe. Don't forget to like Broad Minded on Spotify. Thank you, and go with God. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thine will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil, because thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest the table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, and my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me through all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever and ever. O cosmic birther of our radiance and vibration, soften the ground of our being and carve out a space within us where your presence can abide. Fill us with your creativity so that we may be empowered to bear the fruit of your mission. Let each of our actions bear fruit in accordance with your desires. Endow us with the wisdom to produce and share what each being needs to grow and flourish. Untangle the knots of air that bind us as we release others from the entanglement of past mistakes. Do not let us be seduced by that which would divert us from our true purpose, but illuminate the opportunities of the present moment. For you are the ground and the fruitful vision, the birth, power, and fulfillment, as all is gathered and made whole once again. Lord, I come before you now, humbled and grateful for your mercy and favor already present in my life. I thank you for the miracles that are already in motion and for the blessings that are unfolding even now. Open the floodgates of heaven and rain down your divine intervention upon every area of my life where it's needed. Shift what needs to be shifted, move what needs to be moved, and let your light place me at the front of the line, just as you have always intended. I trust in your perfect timing, and I thank you for the strength you've given me to endure. Though my spirit is weary and my heart feels heavy, I know that you're already working on my behalf. Thank you for sending help swiftly from your heavenly throne, for guiding me, protecting me, providing for me, and bringing me peace in my soul. I surrender my need, my will, and my burdens fully onto you, confident that you have already made a way. Amen. I hope you get what you want, and you want what you need. Purposeful life, driven to succeed. Fame and fortune, notoriety, destined for greatness. I planted the seed. Consulted with heaven, covenant achieved. Blessings dispatch, I declare and decree. Elevate and ascend, quiet the mind. Learn more of thyself, inner peace I find. Spiritual awakening, reality shift. Complete the assignment, acquire the gift. New skills and talents, ancestral ties, mirror reflection, spiritual eyes. Through time and space, clear to proceed, I acquired the gift. Behold, the gift was me. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all? From then till now and after that, the fairest you are, the fairest in fact. Past lives revealed, memories intact. Proceed confidently. Create a huge impact. The more you seek, the more you find. Happens this way, through destiny's design. That's a little tidbit of what I wrote so far. Thank you guys for coming towards my channel. Like, comment, share, subscribe, and go with God. I just woke up. It's 2:55. A question in my spirit, wondering why.
Trying to recall, just can't shake the feeling. Twiddling my fingers while I'm staring at the ceiling. Why are you in my dreams? Why are they? Why can't I remember? What are my dreams trying to say? It doesn't feel normal. Thought you would always be here. Everything went so wrong. It didn't even last a year. It's over. It's done. No friend, no fun. Just court and divorce. You wanted me dead, use brute force. Blindsided was off course. Think I'm having survivor's remorse. It felt like I've died a million times. Wiping my face, tears rolling out my eyes. This can't be real. But sadly it is. Where did I go wrong? How did I get here? God, I need you. Praying my strength in the Lord. Dreams and gateways. Opening foreign doors. I visit my sleep. It was clear you didn't want me. 3:11 on the clock, and I'm up counting sheep. Not sure of my dream, but I know I saw your face. Those people are still around, but in an unfamiliar place. Not sure of the feeling. Woke up memory erased. Can't put my finger on the reason, so confusion fills the state. Why can't I remember it? It feels like I should. Jogging my memory, I would recall it if I could. Why can't I remember? If it's important, I'll get it back. Memory stored, nothing more. Hippocampus, that's a fact. Forebrain generates dreams. I'm not blocked, so it seems. So why can't I remember? What does it all mean? Safe in my bed, nothing more, nothing less. Releasing the energy, no worries, no stress. Clear my mind, set it free. Regain focus, center around me. Take a minute, control the breath. Do what I can, let God have the rest. I'm not sure why that happened, the memory suppressed. No longer my dream, no weight on my chest. God, I trust you, and I know I'm truly blessed. Back to sleep. Man, I gotta get some rest. Pisces. Today you're being reminded of the power of grace in your life. You've been through cycles of transformation, and now Spirit is clearing a path ahead of you that reflects the strength you've built along the way. Trust that what didn't align with you was removed for a reason, making space for what truly serves your higher purpose. Today, stay open to signs and synchronicities. Know that your energy is drawn in opportunities that resonate with your heart's deepest desires. Keep honoring your intuition. It's your soul's compass, guiding you to a future that shines with peace, abundance, and joy. Breathe in gratitude. Pisces, you're exactly where you need to be. If you've enjoyed this message, please like, comment, share, subscribe. Thank you for tuning into this message with your girl Spirit Lightworker 1111, aka Talisha L. Herman. Don't forget to hit that follow button on Spotify. You heard it there first. Thank you for tuning in. Go with God. Reclaim your destiny. Untangle, untie, remove, unbind. Anything that was touched, return what's mine. What left my soul, by trick or force, return it now to its rightful course. No harm I send, no ill I sow. Karmic laws guide what each must know. No ties remain, no past confused. What's theirs stays theirs, what's mine I use. Through time and space, through night and day, I call back all that's mine to stay. By sacred law and soul's decree, I walk my path, I'm fully me. From webs unseen and cords now frayed, that stolen paths be now repaid. By fire and air, by earth and sea, I call back the life that belongs to me. No fate may swap, no will invade. The lines are drawn, clarity conveyed. No block shall hold, no walls confine. What's meant for me is now aligned. By light of stars and moon soft gleam, I claim my truth, my destiny seen. As I have spoken, so shall it be. The chains are broken, I walk free. I I stand in truth, forever free, by sacred law, so will it be. Guess I'm gonna give part 2 of my confessions. If I'm gonna tell it, then I gotta tell it all. Confessions of an Introvert. Hi, I'm Talishia, and I wanted to take a moment to share something personal. My experience as an introvert. It's not always easy for people to understand what it feels like to move through life needing solitude while still trying to value the connections that I make. Being transparent about it is important to me because I realize that my quiet nature sometimes isn't about being distant or uninterested. It's simply how I process the world. I hope that by me opening up, others who feel the same way can relate, and those who don't can understand a little bit better. I'm a very spiritual person, and sometimes when I go through different spiritual situations, I get very, very quiet. And I'm definitely not depressed at all, period. So I wouldn't even consider it that, but maybe, I haven't been clinically diagnosed or anything, and maybe they would consider it that. But I don't feel like it's that. I just feel like I need to be away from people to recharge. And people are not good people. It's a lot of people who aren't good people in the world, and the energy that they put off is just, I'd rather not deal with it. And so I like my space. It's peaceful there, and people aren't peaceful. And so here I go. All right, so number 1, I'm not avoiding you. I just need space to recharge. It's not personal. Social interactions sometimes drain my energy. My alone time isn't an escape from life. It's how I just reset. People want what they want. And sometimes other people's energy is way, way, too much for me. Sometimes my energy is way too much for other people because I give off a lot of energy too, because it's so strange how when it's time for me to do things with people, I mean, I really, really want to go, but sometimes I just don't, if that makes any sense. 2, silence isn't always awkward to me. I am a Pisces, so, people think that we are flighty, I guess, emotionally. I don't know, but to me, it's just that I'm just processing. So when I get quiet, I'm just thinking. Sometimes it's a little much because, I may insert some things in there that, I don't know, because I can read between the lines, and I don't know. I overthink everything, from text to conversations. I don't really like texting, because text messages convey all the wrong things. And then sometimes I just don't know what to say via text, and yeah, I just don't like texting. So silence isn't always awkward to me. Small talk makes me feel weird. Conversations about the weather or weekend plans feel surface level and exhausting. I thrive in deep discussions, philosophy, emotional dreams. I want to know what makes your soul stir, not what the schedule or what your schedule looks like, because why? I mean, that's okay too, but sometimes it's just, I'd rather say nothing. Like, silence is golden. It's okay to be silent. You don't have to worry about it. Group settings make me, I don't know, it just depends on the group. I'm not even gonna lie. So, and like I said before, I just don't like being around certain types of people. People just aren't good people, and I don't like superficial people. I don't like, I mean, you can be what you want, but I just don't want to be there. So I would prefer to be by myself. I don't want to be fake, and yeah. I care more than I show. I may not always reach out, but I think about the people that I love all the time. Checking in mentally feels just as real as sending a message, even if I forget to do the message. So, I don't know. I think about you. Maybe I might not call. And I know I should do better. I promised my brother on the last spiritual shift that I would definitely do better. Because people love me and I know it, and I love people, and I want to make sure that, I'm doing the right thing by them, but also I wanted to make sure that I'm doing the right thing by myself. And yeah, so I may not always call when I'm supposed to. I'm totally guilty of that. Plans or commitments, okay, so plans, when I make plans with people, I really have all the best intentions on really wanting to do what I said I wanted to do with you, but then for some reason it's almost like by the time either it gets to the date of it or, I don't know, because it just depends on what it is. So sudden changes or spontaneous invites can feel overwhelming because, you know, in a great world, I would want to say yes, but mostly I just want to say no because I just don't want to be around, whoever could potentially be there. I just don't want to be around. My house is comfortable. I like it there. It's not that I don't want to go out either. It's just that I don't know how to explain it. Either way, sometimes I say yes when I should say no, no when I should say yes, and sometimes I don't know. I moved away to be by myself, and so that's why I still don't know anybody where I live at. So there's that. I'm more adventurous in my head than in real life. Y'all, people give me so much credit for being so outgoing, and that's because when I do decide to go, it's a thing that I can do. Like, I put on for my city. I do what I need to do in order to get through the process, but y'all don't realize how much it takes for me to have to, just get involved. So, my mind is an infinite playground, sometimes more exciting than anything outside my door. Like, it just is a real thing. Yeah, there's that. I'm not broken, I'm just wired differently, and being an introvert isn't a flaw. It's a rhythm. I march to my own beat. And while it's a little quieter and less, exciting, I guess, for everybody else, it's great for me. So, yeah, I know I'm not broken. I'm very much okay. It's just that when other people look at how I am, I feel like I'm being judged more than anything. And worry about yourself. So these are my confessions, not excuses, just truths. A small window into how I feel and how I see things and how I navigate the world. And I'm not judging you, so please don't judge me. But these are my confessions, just when I thought oh, all right. Thank you. I love you. Bye. These are my confessions. Man, I'm thrown and I don't know what to do. Guess this is part 2 of my confessions. If you haven't seen part 1, please go look at it. Like, comment, share, subscribe. Don't forget to follow Broad-Minded on Spotify. Thank you for being here and putting up with my shenanigans. So, there's that. Thank you. Go with God. Welcome to Broad-Minded, the podcast where we dive deep into the unseen, the unexplored, and the misunderstood. I'm your host, Talisha, and today we're peeling back the layers on a topic that's as fascinating as it is unsettling: destiny swapping. Have you ever felt like you were living someone else's life, like your blessings were somehow being redirected or stolen? Or maybe you've watched someone thrive in ways that didn't seem earned, while your path feels blocked for no apparent reason. If so, you're not alone. In this episode, we're exploring the metaphysical concept of destiny swapping, a phenomenon where life paths and karmic roles seem to shift between individuals, sometimes through manipulation, energetic interference, or spiritual sabotage. We'll talk about how it happens, the warning signs, and how the universe always restores balance in the end. This conversation will touch on ideas like karmic debt, spiritual protection, and the power of divine timing, because no matter how things look on the surface, what's meant for you cannot be taken away. What's meant for you will always be for you. That's just simply what it is. We'll also explore practical ways to reclaim your energy, reset your path, and step back into alignment with your true purpose. Whether you've experienced something like this yourself or simply curious about the deeper forces that shape our lives, this episode will leave you with insights, tools, and a renewed sense of trust in your personal journey. So grab a cup of tea, let's get comfortable, and open your mind as we delve deep into the unseen world of destiny swapping. This is Broad-Minded, where we expand our understanding one conversation at a time. And be mindful, this is for entertainment purposes only. You guys can weigh in. Let me know what you think. Don't forget to like and follow Broad-Minded on Spotify. All right, guys, let's get into this. So we got destiny swapping, a spiritual perspective on manipulation and divine balance. Okay, so guys, this has been something that's been coming up a lot lately. For those of you that don't know, I do spiritual coaching. A couple of my clients lately have been asking me about could their destinies have been swapped out or changed with someone else's. My response is, what's for you will always be for you. It's karmic law, divine law. Where did the thought of destiny swapping come from? The idea of destiny swapping isn't widely recognized in mainstream philosophy or psychology, but has roots in various metaphysical, spiritual, and occult concepts. It draws on the themes found in folklore, karmic theory, and energetic beliefs that explore how people's life paths can be influenced, redirected, or manipulated by external forces or individuals. Here are some key influences and origins that may have contributed to the thought of destiny swapping. Number 1, karmic interference and energetic manipulation. In many spiritual traditions, it's believed that people can accumulate or interfere with each other's karmic energy. The idea that someone could intentionally or unintentionally alter another person's destiny aligns with beliefs about energetic manipulation through spell work, curses, or negative intentions. Some practitioners believe that envy, ill will, or magical interference can redirect blessings or block someone's path. 2. Body or soul swapping in folklore and mythology. Folklore and mythology offer various stories about switching bodies or identities, usually through magic or divine punishment. These stories often revolve around envy, deception, and attempts to steal someone else's fortune, status, or destiny. For example, in some legends, witches or sorcerers use spells to swap places with others to live a better life or to avoid a curse. This echoes the idea of one person taking what is meant for another. 3. Twin flame and soul contracts. Within the New Age and spiritual communities, there's a belief in twin flame soulmates and soul contracts, preordained agreements between souls. Occasionally, the idea emerges that someone might interfere with these contracts, attempting to swap fates by forcing a connection or blocking the path of another soul to benefit themselves. The concept of destiny swapping resonates with this, implying that someone could try to steal the opportunities or alignment meant for another person. 4. The concept of borrowed power in magic and mysticism. In occult traditions, some believe that individuals can attempt to borrow or steal another's energy or life force. This can involve tapping into another's good fortune, talents, or destiny through rituals or spiritual interference. The idea of destiny swapping aligns with these practices where someone tries to alter the flow of someone else's fate for personal gain. 5. Jealousy and envy as energetic forces. From a psychological and energetic standpoint, the idea of destiny swapping can also reflect the effects of jealousy. When someone envies another person's blessings, career, or relationships, it's believed in some traditions that this negative energy can block or divert the blessings intended for another person. This idea feeds into the notion that blessings may be swapped or misdirected. 6. Biblical and religious parallels. Religious texts also explore themes that reflect the idea of stolen destinies or blessings. For instance, in the Bible, the story of Jacob and Esau shows that Jacob deceived his father to receive the blessings that was meant for Esau, Genesis 27. Although not a direct example of destiny swapping, it symbolizes how blessings and fate can be altered through manipulation, which resonate with this concept. 7. Modern interpretations and spiritual awakening. In recent spiritual discourse, especially among communities focused on energy work and manifestation, there is an increasing awareness of how individuals might feel blocked or energetically off track. Some people describe these experiences as a form of destiny swapping, whereas they sense that others may have manipulated or interfered with the opportunities and experiences they were supposed to receive. This belief reflects the desire to reclaim personal sovereignty and restore alignment with one's true path. In essence, destiny swapping is a modern way of framing ancient spiritual concerns about energy manipulation, deception, and karmic balance. Whether approached from a mystical, psychological, or religious perspective,
It reflects a deep-seated fear of losing control over one's life path and a desire to reclaim what rightfully belongs to the individual. That was a lot. Most people probably wouldn't think destiny swapping is something that could actually happen. To them, life is shaped by choices, circumstances, and sometimes just plain luck, not someone manipulating behind the scenes or trying to manipulate fate. They're more likely to attribute success or failure to hard work, timing, or external challenges rather than spiritual interference. However, those who believe in energy, karma, or the idea that people can affect each other's paths might be more open to the possibility. For most, though, it would likely sound like an interesting concept, but not something they seriously consider in their day-to-day lives. Now, one of the biggest questions is how destiny swapping might occur. Here are some theories and practices. Intentional manipulation. Some believe that individuals engage in occult practices or spell work to redirect another person's blessings, talents, or life path toward themselves. This may involve rituals intended to align the manipulator with the victim's energy, sometimes masquerading as love, friendships, or mentorship. Energetic theft. In energy healing circles, the idea of energetic vampirism plays into destiny swapping. This occurs when somebody repeatedly drains another's energy, creative ideas, or spiritual power to improve their own life, often leaving the original person feeling depleted or stagnant. Another way is identity interference. In some twin flame or karmic relationship teachings, destiny swapping is framed as one soul trying to take on the role or lessons meant for another. This is sometimes described in cases where karmic partners attempt to block or interfere with twin flames or soulmates from coming together. Here are some specific examples to illustrate how people might interpret these concepts of destiny swapping in different contexts. So, intentional manipulation, occult practices, or spell work. An example, a jealous colleague upset by someone else's promotion consults with a spiritual practitioner to perform a ritual aimed at shifting success towards themselves. The ritual may involve binding spells or energy alignment to block the other person's opportunities and open doors for their own advancement. Another example, in a toxic friendship, one person might disguise their intentions as mentorship, offering advice while performing subtle rituals or affirmations to absorb the other's talents or blessings. The friend receiving the help may notice that their own career stagnates while the manipulative person's life flourishes. Energetic theft, energetic vampirism. Here's an example. A creative artist or musician finds themselves in a relationship where their partner constantly drains their emotional energy and steals their ideas. Over time, the artist feels blocked and uninspired, while the partner begins to experience newfound success or public recognition for work that mimics the original artist's style or concepts. Here's another example. In an energy healing context, someone might repeatedly seek out a spiritual healer or empath not to heal themselves, but to drain their energetic gifts. The healer becomes exhausted, struggles to maintain their own well-being, and notices that their client's life keeps improving as they absorb more of the healer's energy. This is the reason why I don't accept everybody, and this is the reason why people getting cut off. Okay, period. All right. Never mind, y'all didn't ask for that. Anyway, identity interference, twin flame or karmic relationship blockages. Example, a karmic partner senses that their romantic partner is destined to meet their twin flame and fears being left behind. They might consciously or unconsciously try to block the twin flame union by clinging tightly to the relationship, manipulating emotions, or creating false crises to distract the person from meeting their true counterpart. Here's another example. In some spiritual teachings, it's believed that karmic partners or close connections might mirror the behavior or energy of someone's twin flame to confuse them. A person may be drawn to stay in a toxic relationship because it seems meant to be, only to later realize that their partner was mimicking the energy of the true soulmate to keep them from moving forward on their destined path. These examples reflect how people might interpret challenges in relationships, careers, or spiritual journeys as forms of manipulation or energetic interference. While not everyone believes in destiny swapping, these scenarios highlight the underlying fears around missed opportunities, stolen potential, or being blocked from what is meant to be yours. A regular person without spiritual knowledge might find these ideas fascinating, but hard to take seriously. They probably interpret them as exaggerated